it took so long. Hi, Misty. Hi, Socrates Life. It's very precious of you guys to have come into the chat and be concerned that it took me so long to get here. I set it up, and then I let my metabolism tell me that I was very stoned and that I needed and wanted to take a nap. And I did. And the thing is, that stone that I was on, that stone was the exact same stone that I left the tent with. I left, I went for a walk, I had food, I took the walk back, I had a lovely conversation with my woman. Yeah, buenas noches. Buenas noches. Enoch, how are you, my friend? And then I told her that I was going to close my eyes. And then if I woke up, or if I opened them again in time to make my own live stream, that I would make my live stream on time, and that if I did not in time open them in time, that I would do my live stream when I opened them. Yes, I had a very nice nap. I woke up with a powerful erection, and that felt like being 25 again, and not being in so much pain. I'll be honest with you, it doesn't hurt right now. So I woke up feeling like an asshole for all that. I'm in so much pain, and it makes me so scared. I was like, nah, I'm ready to go sword fight a 20-year-old. Let's go. So, yeah, it was a good nap. Everybody who was like, look, just take a nap. It'll make the pain. It'll help with the pain. Your body is telling you that it needs rest in order to heal. To all of you, thank you. You may not want to hear it, but for my injury and just the way I've been in my life, that waking up like that was just a pleasure. So now I'm ready. I have news, I suppose, is the way to say it. My life is gonna dramatically change for the better. I can only pray, but for the different, for sure. I don't really know how to tell the story, because there's a couple ways that I could tell the story, because Rach has begged me a couple of times to let her just come and get me. And I've said, no, it's not the right time. No, it's not the right time. No, it's just not the right time. It's not the right time for the channel, and it's not the right time for our relationship. It's not the right time for where she is in her life. And it hasn't been the right time in my life, because I can't meet her on equal footing. I did have a good rest. Okay, I did. And I have told myself that so long as I didn't wake up 3 days in a row in extreme pain, that I could remain independent. And I've woken up the last 3 days in a row in extreme pain, and it was okay. It's time, instead of to accept her help, to ask for it. Because I have learned from doing this, from being homeless, and something that you don't know about me, only a handful of you who attend the channel. Rach knows. Mr. S, I know, knows. And Castle of Wisdom knows. But I have been living on the mercy of strangers since COVID. Something else that you don't know about me is that I once wanted to be something like a sociologist. So I've read a lot of sociology. I know how their experiments work. And this channel is as much an opportunity for personal growth, to do things like maybe even just come clean about my personal habits or my personal addictions that I'm trying to fix. And no, Rachel, I didn't. I was inclined to. I didn't. But it's also been an opportunity for me to study um, humans, to just experience humans in a way that a sociologist doesn't have the fortitude to do. For example, in the video that I watched this morning, I got 7,000 views. So if you figure that a third of those are unique viewers, I spoke to 2,000, or I spoke in front of 2,000 people. And then if you think as many as 10% of those, if as many as 10% of those spoke to me, that's 200 people. If I'm talking to 200 unique people today, 200 unique people a day on average, after a year and a half, that's give or take 540 days times 200 is give or take 100,000 people. So when you're talking about doing survey data of human populations, you're usually talking in the order of 1,000, 1,200, 1,600 people. And so if I've taken survey data on a million, or I'm sorry, on 100,000 people, that's a pretty good sample size of human behavior. And so anyway, since Christmas, I've been getting omens that this thing is over for me, that the tent is over. The tent store was an opportunity to retreat to Rachel's care. The brief interlude in the winter was an opportunity to retreat to Rachel's care. And for the duration of knowing her, I've very much felt like the downs in her life have been my fault. My inability to grapple with my own FOMO have led to downturns in her life. But as they're supposed to when you are selected, chosen, picked, whatever word you want, they're supposed to push you together. They're supposed to drive you together, and they're literally supposed to sort of negatively select for the two of you being together. And so my life has been driving me toward her since I've known her, and in an effort to not change the channel, because change is difficult on people, I have chosen to ride this out until I can't. The light is on. I have chosen to ride it out until I can't anymore, and riding it out much further is dangerous. It's dangerous to my long-term health. The choices that I made today were the right choices. I'm aching from even just from waking up, but I'm not in the high note scream of agony that I was this morning. And so, with any luck, I can continue that trend by leaving it alone. And not just in good faith to my body, but in good faith to my woman. Um, I've learned a lot. I started with that, and it's hard really to explain how I could be less good in more stable conditions. But in easy conditions, it's easy to get lax, right? So it's easy to let your guard down. Even just today, right? I'd eaten. I didn't need to make. I don't need to make any money tonight. That's why this is not a monetized stream. I would like to. Don't let that stop you. And I had secured my woman's approval, so I let myself relax, and that meant sleep. And so that's possible. But the next stage of my life is probably going to be a series of extremely unpleasant surgeries, doctor's visits, and surrenders of my will to people that I don't want to give it to. And so Rachel goes, how are you going to feel when I'm no longer in the chat? And I said, what the fuck are you talking about? You're not in the chat anymore. She goes, well, I'm going to be there in the room. And I said, what? You think you're going to talk to Eric and company? You think you're going to talk to the blue crew through my fucking mic? The plan is for little to change, and that this is not going to become my recovery journal channel, because it's always been. You've just not been listening for long enough to know that. Hello, Yoda. Thank you, Poke. I'm sorry, Stephen. For a very long time, Mr. S. There he is. I was just about to transition to, I know that some of you who've known me for a long time are afraid now. But you don't have anything to be afraid of. This move is going to fast track my ability to do things like give Mr. S a great big fucking hug. Feel small in his arms, because I'm gonna feel small in his arms. He's a big kid, and he works with his hands. And it fast tracks my ability to get you guys in the same places where we can raise a toast to one another, and to Stephen, and to Cindy, and to everyone who is so much braver than I have been. I have been shamefully resistant to the idea that after 30, life is just a series of doctor visits. It's just measured in medical bills. have been so stubborn. But I'm learning, right? So I'm afraid, for sure. And I'm hurting. But not putting 20 pounds on it today. Twice. Not sitting directly on it for the last 3 hours. So taking that nap instead of sitting directly on it. Stubbornly. For hours. Yeah. Yeah, Stephen. Fell apart. And so I just want to front load. I want my blue crew to know. And maybe you talk about it amongst yourselves, but the questions are going to go from are you homeless to outright accusations against my masculinity. Just outright attacks against my masculinity because I live in a woman's house. It's about survival and maintaining some kind of a quality of life. That's correct, Stephen. And so, until I could make that adjustment in my own thinking, Stephen, survival, then quality of life, healing was never possible. And so, this decline, the rapid decline of my health, was always the plan. Yes, I am no longer alone. There, thank you, Sarah. Yeah, no, you can't, Poke. And that I have a lot of my blue crew, not you, Poke, but a lot of my blue crew, you know this. They're sensitive. They're sensitive to my hurt. I don't like Lamb of God, no, Sarah. I used to hook up with a chick who did. She liked to be tongue fucked, so that was fun. Hi, Leslie. I know that there are. Well, that's what Rach keeps telling me, is to just visualize what it looked like when it was healed and what it felt like and what it is to not be hard. Not hard, I'm sorry, to not be hurt. And so I just fell asleep doing that. I agree, Stephen. I am feeling better, Leslie. I got a little stoned. I have a pizza, and I have 2 boxes of crackers. I'm in a good place right now. And this is disappointingly good weed. Because Rach told me that Orlando didn't have good vapes like this. Hi, random videos. But the only thing that's materially going to change is that I'm no longer going to need you guys to provide me with food. Nobody's ever going to say, hey, do you need food? Ever again. Nobody's ever going to guilt trip me for that ever again. That's good. And then the next good thing is that I'm not going to have to have a mobile workstation anymore. This is just a geek bar, I think. tobacco. It's flavored like orange and whatever the fucking fab is. But these vertical lives. Um, yeah, Les, I don't usually go go live at night because it's dark. But my format is going to change, and I like to get out in front of change soon. So as recently or as soon as Saturday, I'm not going to be in this tent anymore. And so I do feel a little bit of guilt that Mr. S gave me money for the tent, and then I'm not gonna see it to the end of its lifetime. But I'm not gonna forget you guys. It's not gonna go, oh, I've got a house and a woman, and now I don't need any of you anymore. That's not gonna happen. And Rach knows that I can survive homelessness if she wanted to impress that on me, and I don't think she does. Okay, Mr. S, I believe you. Change is happening. Change is coming, right? Like the Pussifer song. Take the high road. Keep your dignity. Give me a second. Hey, Misty. Sorry I missed you earlier. I love that you and Eric and I saw that Rach got involved for a little while. I love that you guys are using the Discord. Wake up, son of mine. Mama got something to tell you. Changes come. I haven't had a reason to listen to this in years. Life will have its way. With your pride, son. Take it like a man. Elegant son of mine. Turn up your horizon. Changes come. Tape your dignity. Take the high road. Take it like a man. Listen up, son of mine. Time has got something to tell you. Not about growing pains. Life will pound away. Where the light don't shine, son. Take it like a man. Yeah, Misty, meet Mr. S. I think I've introduced you guys. It's great to have you together. So suck it up, son of mine. Throw and blow under up your horizon. Changes come. Take the dignity. Take the high road. Take it like a man. Mama said life a race to shall fast like a kidney stone. There's just a broken broken hearts, and this pain will pass away. Stephen has found a home here, and we're glad to have him. It's taken me a little while to learn the kind of person that Stephen is, but I'm glad to have met him. Right now, I am kind of doing a rendition of Pussifer's Mama Said, because I have never sung in Mr. S's presence, and I wanted to. I'm good, Misty. My pain is reduced significantly after my nap. Thank you for asking. I fucked Loretta Lynn. I fucked Albert Mandrill, and I fucked all of her kin. I fucked Danny Pearl. I fucked Elvis Presley's little girl. I fucked the Judds. I fucked the Judds. My country boner, it won't go down. It won't go down. It won't go down. My boner, my boner, my boner won't go down. It won't go down. It won't go down. My country boner, it won't go down. I'm the fucking worst. Fuck Willie Nelson. I fucked him deep inside. Fucked Elvis Presley in the bathroom where he died. I fucked Deal White Yoakum. Johnny Cash grabbed his ankles and he hollered when I poked him. I fucked the Judds. I fucked the Judds. My country boner, it won't go down. It won't go down. It won't go down. My boner, my boner, my boner won't go down. It won't go down. It won't go down. My country boner, it won't go down. This is peak Maynard James Keenan. It doesn't really get better than this one. He says Johnny Cash too. Damn. This song is so fun to just break out in mixed company and see how people react. I fucked Alabama. I fucked the Oak Ridge Boys. I fucked Randy Travis with a 12-inch plastic toy. I fucked the cast of Hee Haw. I fucked Lynn Campbell. I fucked him on a seesaw. Kenny Rogers. Yes, I figured that for just a few seconds I might have Mr. Rest before he could get the fuck away. And I'm not sorry, not even a little bit. I was like, give me a second. Give me a second. I got one. Give me a second. Oh no. Oh no, my laugh muscles are starting to cramp. Oh no. Oh my God. Oh man. Oh. Oh. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for not immediately leaving on that one. Oh. Oh, look at that. It goes right into I seem to recognize your face. Look at that. Oh man, if for even a second he thought that I was going to be moving on from him in my life, I had to no, sir. I'm just waiting. I know it's coming eventually. I know he's away from his keyboard and he's going to get to his keyboard and the words, "I'm no longer mature enough for this conversation," are going to pop up on my screen and I'm going to fucking pop a rib. I know he's gonna. Oh my God. His timing with that shit is always so good. So I'm talking him up and it's not gonna happen now. Yeah, there it is. And the funny thing, none of you knows this, but while I'm singing Mama Said, I'm just thinking about how lovely his mom is and how much I respect her. And I was like, oh, I know what I can do. PDA, man. Oh my God. I wanted to get out in front of it because it was going to actually surprise me. And then I was actually going to be in real pain. Good luck, everybody else, he says. Oh my God. And then, Rach, you have to know that old woman on the other side of a cash register in Michigan is playing in my ears right now, too. The juxtaposition of those two things is too fucking funny. I'm dying. I'm dying right now. I've tried so fucking hard to keep it together. I don't need to look stoned at all times. He's going, my God. And here I am. But it's Maynard and Kenny Rogers. Kenny Rogers on the other side of a merch table. I'm a bad person. That's only funny to me. I know that. Oh, God. Oh. I know. I spend a lot of time alone. I know that. He fucking looks at Jess and he goes, damn, Jess has got a great ass. Her face is a wreck, but her ass. I haven't watched the Shaggy Phil stuff in so long that when Rach sent me that little cut up of Shaggy Phil meeting the neighborhood, I had to sit and laugh for a minute. I forgot I said most of that crazy shit. I'm calling Dave Dan to his face. I read his name tag and still called him by the wrong name. That fucks me up. Because I know I yell at him about it in episode 2. Like, how you gonna let a man call you by the wrong name, Dan? And then and then yeah, we can do more of that. I'll be able to put myself in comfortable places where it doesn't hurt my shoulders, my neck, my back. And I'll be able to play more PC games, more mouse and keyboard games. Starting with and I will continue to remind everyone of this, Factorio. I'm gonna play it until I just can't get any further. Oh, Rach, that full on they're like, this cannot be monetized. They were like, no advertiser is going to put themselves on this video. The one with the fucking pot on his head, he's called like Crazy Steve or something like that. He goes, you are my new best friend. I love everything you're doing right now. You're not supposed to laugh at your own material, but that's funny shit. The whole time, Cranky Steve, the whole time I was filming that, I wasn't watching it back. Not in the same way as you guys were able to watch it. I was hyper critical of whether I was, because the Neebs guys were also playing it at the same time. And I was hyper critical of whether I was or wasn't too much like Neebs, specifically like Apsro. And she does this cut of me just calling people a bitch right in the middle of it. And no, I don't say bitch the same way he does. Yeah, I'm not allowed to monetize it for the brown people comments, for sure. He turns to one dude, the one black dude in town. He turns him white and goes, "Hey, buddy, you can get a job now." Yeah, I said that, but it was the character, you see. I'm just channeling a character. I grew up very sheltered. I wasn't allowed to say things like this. That's the one where he says he's gonna get caught by his mom talking like that, isn't it? That's the show that I did that in. No, that was Final Fantasy VII. That was in the first episode of Final Fantasy VII when we were running around in the damn macro reactor, and I said, my mom is gonna come up here and take the disc out of the system and beat my ass. I'm never gonna see a video game ever again for the things that I am saying right now. Yeah, Shaggy Phil is a character that I've been really wanting to get back to. He's fun to play. He's fun to be. I've been trying to figure out, and I know that he's here right now, but I've been trying to figure out how Shaggy Phil landed on Mars in order to be in Factorio. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Because maybe while he's here, he can tell me whether I'm wrong, because I've been really thinking about this a lot the last week, because the closer I get to the end of Final Fantasy X, the closer I am to the palette cleanser with Factorio. And when I was editing my work, I thought it was hilarious that I kept just standing on the fucking conveyor belts. My stoned ass just kept standing on the conveyor belts and watching the fucking conveyor belts for long minutes on end. I think in the first episode, I ended up stood on one that was only 4 fucking belts, just in a stupid little circle like this for like 20 minutes. Just legitimately just doing absolutely nothing and just watching the game be amazing to watch. And so there's a certain amount of that is going to fucking happen when I play live. Yes, the spaceship was a manual, not an automatic. I knew. Yeah, there it is. That's so stupid. That's such a stupid fucking idea. It's so stupid. I'm sorry. You're not supposed to laugh at your own ideas, but that's usually when people feed me ideas, I'm like, I can't execute on that. It's either outside of my skill set or it's too embarrassing. But yes, the dumbest Shaggy Phil clone. You guys know Factorio. You crash land on a planet. That's why I called my series when I was playing it. That's why I called it Stupid Dave, the Ballad of Stupid Dave, or whatever. Because I know I'm too stupid to play this game. And I'm going to sit here and I'm going to smoke and I'm going to smoke and I'm going to smoke. And I'm going to forget it's not fucking nicotine that I'm smoking. So it's going to make the problem worse. This happens every time I play this game. I'm like, yes, let me smoke copious amounts of weed while I'm trying to do math. Every fucking time. It's not going to change. Granted, I might be able to smoke actual cigarettes while I'll be able to feel like an engineer, like I was supposed to be. What the hell? I've lost one of my vapes. There it is. Oh, man. That's the one. I was trying to remember How to Close the Gap. And yes, that's the one. The manual was meant for the smart Phil, and we got stupid Phil. Because that's what you're going to get. This game, it intimidates me because I got a lot of people that think I'm a pretty smart guy. You're going to watch me play this game and be like, this is the biggest fucking idiot in the whole world. Who the fuck watches conveyor belts for 30 minutes? I do. Fuck off. I'm in a really good mood because I'm not feeling any pain right now. You know, when alcoholics talk about not feeling any pain, I'm not feeling any real pain right now. Some discomfort, but no real pain. And on some level, we are coming to the end of the hardest part of my life. Not the most difficult, but certainly the most unforgiving. Ugh. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah, Lunk. Then I'll just be trying to fundraise for better equipment for me, better equipment for Rach. I'll be trying to fundraise to get to be able to commission work for the channel from Mr. S. That's what I fucking do. I know you watch the Factorio stuff because we talked about it, Mr. S. But oh my god, for anybody who doesn't believe it, that shit's real. I stood on that fucking conveyor belt for 20 minutes watching myself like, you can't edit a second of this out. You can't cut any of this. Standing on that conveyor belt like it's a fucking merry-go-round. Yes, I appreciate that you guys will still be here. That's why I brought the Blue Crew back. The Blue Crew, it's not legacy members like it was. It used to be legacy members. Just people who come around, regardless of the content that they bring to the channel. The Blue Crew now is people that I can trust, that if I do something like this instead of Final Fantasy X, or if suddenly between viewings I'm in a completely different state and I'm no longer homeless, aren't going to be like, oh, well, I was only watching this to feel sorry for a homeless guy. Yes, I'm sure you do remember, Long. And then Factorio should make really good shorts, because if I'm able to get to a place with Factorio where I forget I'm being watched, especially if I turn the chat off for sections of it, you're going to get material, because it wasn't hard to record the 3 hours, or I think it was only 3 or 4 episodes I did. It wasn't hard to record. It was hard to convince myself that I had a goal when I went in there and that I knew what the fuck I was doing. You need a fucking spreadsheet. You need data when you're playing that game, and I'm trying to play it in a fucking tent in the middle of the night. I genuinely think it made for good content, but it didn't get well watched. So I had to take a step away from it because I was starting to feel like every episode was me making any fucking progress after a while. Hello, Socrates Life. I saw you came through when I had the live scheduled. Thank you for coming through when it was scheduled. And thank you for letting me know that you were here. I'm sorry that I didn't show up. I decided to take a nap 5 minutes after, 5 minutes before the live was scheduled to begin. Yeah, right. We could set up the tent just for anybody who's going to miss the tent. I didn't even say what he said. Oh, what the heck? I only watched because the tent. Yeah, right. I'm sure that there's some percentage. Thank you for laughing at that. I need that more than most people, actually, believe it or not. So thank you for laughing at it. Thank you for making fun of me for it. And I thought about that, actually, for a while. When there were women eyeballing me, when I first became homeless, my thought was, let me retain my tent. Let me live in your backyard or something. Like, don't bring me into your home. You're shy, Socrates? I don't love to hear that you're shy. If you're always here, I love that. This is a gift contingent on you not using it. But Yeah. I'm flattered to learn that I have shy followers, let's say. Yeah, Rach, you're super shy. Me too, Lunk. I'm actually the same way when it comes to real people. Uh, People on the side of the camera that I'm on, I don't have that same. But I'm glad to learn that there are people out there who aren't desensitized to saying negative things to people on this side of the camera. Because I certainly desensitize myself to it. That doesn't make me better than you. I don't know this shy Rach. I've never met this shy Rach. Thank you for letting me just get a 45-minute um, bipolar 2 emotional roller coaster out of my body. You feel ignorant? You don't have anything. You don't need to feel ignorant. Please don't, Rachel. Enough insane shit happens in my life. Like a car full, there were 4 beautiful young women in this car asking me if I wanted to eat their food. And I was just like, nope, 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 nope. I know how this movie goes. No, 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 no. You're going to sell me for parts on the black market after you stuff me with jelly beans. Quas says he's the dumbest person in the room and shit, and I keep him around. Yeah, well, frankly, Mr. S, you're the only person who doesn't make fun of me a little bit for my new fascination with Legos. Every time I talk about this on these lives, that I'm fascinated by Legos, people look at me like, you're a grown-ass man. No, I don't want to build them. I want to watch professionals build with them. It's incredible. And then Mr. S goes, I build with Legos. I can build with Legos. Fuck you. I liked Legos first. And I'm like, you're right. Legos are stupid expensive. I'm not going to play. I am not going to start playing with Legos. No. He made a gorilla, and he keeps making those damn gorillas, and they make me laugh every fucking time. The beefy rabbit gorilla, and he moves it at himself like he's afraid of it. That shit makes me laugh every fucking time. You have been watching a while. Because bonging a waffle is something I've said almost every day for the last 2 weeks. I have said that a lot. Yeah, thank you for letting us know that you're out there, Socrates Life. Glad to make your acquaintance. And I'm glad that I was able to do this. I'm glad I was able to do this stream with just so much joy that it came naturally. I feel like such a stupid person when I just start laughing for no reason. But because of the bipolar 2, I lean into my strong emotions. So if I'm sad, I just let my body let it out. And if I'm happy, like it always freaked out. Laura and Devin never liked it. They never liked it that if I'm just happy, I'll just start laughing. They just never liked it. And so I've lived with like a deep insecurity. Like I like it about myself, but I've lived with this deep insecurity that people are just gonna fucking hate it. Is this what I think it is? What a weird playlist this is. It went from Black Label Society to One Republic. Too Late to Apologize. And I don't hate it. I like this song. BP4. Rachel, that was an algebra joke. Do you realize that? You just did algebra in public. You need to call your dad right now and apologize. Oh, wait, it might be too late to apologize. Thank you for that one, God. I'm not going to make fun of you with the lyrics of this song, Rachel, I promise. It's too late for you in algebra. Shut up, Eric. I'm gonna miss it on some level. Rach asked me to talk about all of my feelings as regard going to be with her, moving with Florida, effectively being done with homelessness, and I'm gonna miss it. And then, like, if I have any amount of agoraphobia, if I have any amount of fear of spaces with lots of people in it, going from a place with a couple hundred people in a busy area in town to a place where a couple of hundred people is relatively empty. I don't know where Eric is. I will miss the seasons, but hopefully by the time I miss the seasons, I'll be generating enough of an income because of my increased productivity that I'll be able to take you to the mountains in the fall or something. Temperature's gonna be a change. The people are not the same. Correct. Thank you for these. I don't know who all of you are or where you have been the whole time I've been homeless, but thank you. I'm going to take it as a pat on my back that I have gotten more qualified to make your acquaintances. The people will be different, dramatically different. Florida's very different from Ohio. Florida is an interesting place. But my temperament of being easily offended will also relax once I'm in a mixed cultural environment. What the hell? Now it's playing Neurosis. What is this? Correct, Misty. Rach said that same thing, that a place like New York would upset me to my core because I'd be offended by the way people behave, and it's the melting pot of it wouldn't bother me because there are so many different cultures as regard what is and is not polite that everybody's rude to one another. I don't use Spotify anymore. Thank you for the offer. I have YouTube. The first and biggest change is going to be that I'm no longer going to be using anything that is currently being paid for by my previous ex. Hey, I'm walking here. Yeah. I don't know how that guy, I'm listening to this Neurosis tune. I think it's from their new record. And this is not punk. I don't know why that guy called Neurosis DIY punk. They don't let you talk about it anymore? Heard that, Socrates. I grew up in Charlotte, North Carolina, and it's humid. It's like 85% humidity here right now. So the humidity I'm not worried about, the heat I'm not worried about. I understand where you guys are coming from. I grew up in environments very similar. Similar, not the same. Further south is where Florida's further south than I grew up. I know it's conversational whiplash, but I don't understand how this is DIY punk. This sounds like ISIS. This is good. The vocals are really good. Quaz, I'm going to send this to you real quick. You might dig this. Neurosis were kind of technically, they were among, if not the very first post-metal band. Like, they were the first band to sound like that. Area dependent. Yeah. Lots of different biomes in Florida, for sure. Thank you guys again for your general positivity. I have been surrounded by relentlessly negative people my whole life. So thank you. Yeah, you don't have to listen to it now. That's why I told you I was sending it to you. I don't think I've ever sent you any ISIS. I have been a bad friend to you, Mr. S. I have not been an adequate friend to you at all. There are so many bands that sit in my, like, deep in the back of my brain as, like, this is shit that influences what I listen to, and I don't listen to this anymore because I listened to it so many fucking times. But this sounds like Pallbearer. It's gone on this Pallbearer interlude and ISIS. It sounds like if ISIS and Pallbearer had a really fucking sick baby. And by sick, I do kind of mean like it's been smoking since it came out of the womb sick. Like, it's fucking great. Ah, yeah, from Michigan, it would be a huge difference. You're back in Michigan? Heard that. How's them swamp puppies? I kept Pallbearer from you for a stupidly long time, and I am embarrassed about that. Neurosis have this, like, late 80s metal mentality because they were a late 80s post-metal band. Early 90s. They played at the same clubs as Green Day, and it would be wild to me to imagine going to a club and hearing the guttural vocals. I mean, he's down here. He's down there. And then Green Day come out and play Brain Stew. That would be fucking trippy. Like, these guys played clubs with Tool back in the day. It's weird. Weird that people call this post-punk. Not post-punk, that they call it DIY punk. Kind of offends all of my sensibilities. Then what the hell is DIY punk if it can sound like so many different things? Side conversation that none of you has to give a shit about. Post-punk is a genre I think I enjoy as well. I don't like trap, Rachel. You know I don't. But I'll find a way to like the stuff that you like. Do my best. They don't sound like they've taken a decade off. This is great. I don't know what the whole This is good shit, dude. This is good shit. And now it's got clean death metal or black metal vocals. See, that's the thing, man. Like, it frustrates me that on some level these legacy bands are still the only bands writing interesting shit. Anti-punk? What does that mean? I genuinely don't know. I don't know anything about punk. Yes. Yes, Mr. S. You would call that post-punk? That super fucking trippy EDM? You may. Anti-punk is trap? Oh, okay. I'm listening, Mr. S. I know that you're at work. Look, Mr. S has been at me for months that it's not that I'm closed-minded, it's that I'm too curated. What is this station? Now it's playing Dream On. I wish I could share. I can share this with you guys. I just can't play it out of the speaker. What is this radio station? Oh, yeah. You're bringing it up because that song is still in your head? This kid, we need you to not go the route of Bill Hicks, Mr. S, but you are a Bill Hicks type just waiting to happen. You like 80s rock, Zatanna? Door Company? Hi, Fiona Bunny. Anti-punk is more folk. You're saying acoustic driven and focuses more on the writing, so more folk. Like Elliott Smith, would people call Elliott Smith anti-punk? Am I understanding, Eggs? What's your jam, Zatanna? Who was your favorite? I'm trying to learn about that stuff. It's taken me a long time because I don't like all of that music. Hayden? I don't know what Hayden is. Cinderella. That's interesting, Zatanna, because I've been that Cinderella is one of the bands I've been kind of learning about. They were late to the game, weren't they? Punk is like the punk of punk. You like Ozzy? GNR. GNR are 90s though, aren't they, Rach? That's a genuine question. Okay, girl. Zatanna was talking about 80s bands. Rach, did I ever tell you about the time that on Twitter I went a little bit viral? For me, it was like 10 or 12 comments. Appetite came out in 87. Thank you. Okay, that counts as 80s. Phil Collins, heard that. Somebody on Twitter made this little chart. It had like 9 or 12 women on it, and it was something like the 12 hottest female rock stars of the 1980s. And I retweeted it with, "Where's Axl Rose?" And a whole bunch of people thought I was serious. Joan Jett. I wish that Joan Jett and her band, Heartbreakers, Blackhearts, whatever. I don't remember. The Heartbreakers is Tom Petty. I wish that, oh, hell no, says Rachie. Lars Ulrich should have been on that list too, frankly. But I think it was one of my very favorite rock star quotes of all time. I think it was Sebastian Bach. Is that his name? The guy who sang for that one band, Poison, maybe. He said of Metallica that they had some very beautiful women and a Swedish dickhead in their band. When their hair was so long, there's just some beautiful women and a Swedish dickhead. I will never look at Lars and not think, Swedish dickhead, every time I see him now. That shit's funny to me. Toto, hold the line. You like that as well? I'm not going anywhere right now. Skid Row is, but Sebastian Bach is the name. Did I get the name right at least? Because it was Sebastian Bach. It was the guy who had the classical name, who was the front man of one of those bands, Skid Row. I wouldn't know Skid Row. I have done everything I fucking can not to hear any of their music. Thank you, Rach. Now it's playing that Mongolian band. The Who. Yeah, it was Sebastian Bach. Thank you. That was, I heard that. I laughed my face off. That was one of the funniest things I've ever heard anybody say. Yeah, you would, Smegman. I don't have anywhere near the kind of lateral agility that I would need in order to play basketball. Steering Wheel? I don't know that song. But that sounds like a song about sex. Zatanna, do you like the Doing It songs? No. No, you like Doing It songs. Sounds like a song about the DMV to me. I'm just teasing, Zatanna. Sending me something? Heard that, buddy. I'm in a space where I will actually listen to it right now. Thank you for sharing, Dominic. All right, this looks like anime shit. You get to see my real-time reaction. Why am I so mean to Axel? Because it's easy. I don't know. I have no idea. Because it's funny. People have such an extreme reaction when I tease Axl Rose. People have such an extreme reaction. Probably because he has a very real, Axel who? He has a very real rags to riches American dream story. I did make him 6 inches tall at one point. Welcome to the jungle! I like this so far. It's got a really nice ambiance. I like the notes he's chosen. And the guitar is kind of sexy. Motley Crue. It's hard for me to take Motley Crue seriously as music, but I'm glad you liked it. You said it's nostalgic for you, so I'm assuming that you were around for it. No shame. Definitely not making fun. I love to hear the stories of people who are around for this stuff. You were born in 99? That's okay, Zatanna. You were younger than I am. But that's also cool. You know what you like? Ooh, I like this. I like this jam. And I like that they've put the reverb in the left, they've panned the reverb to the left side. I'm not making fun of you. I'm making fun of the music a little bit. A little bit, Mr. S, but I'm not making fun of this particular song. I like this. I like how the reverb is panned to the left side. It's a cool listen. Peter Gabriel's good. I don't know his music, but I know he's good. For sure. Mr. S. Thanks for being here, Mr. S. Thanks for spending your break with us, buddy. Thanks for the tunes. I have the coolest friends. I've worked so hard to be a person worth befriending, that it's cool to see my hard work pay out, and you guys telling my buddy, my very best friend, hello and goodbye, and it just means so much to me. You know what this reminds me of, Mr. S? This reminds me of that track by Daylight Dies. This reminds me of Daylight Dies. It's got a... Oh, he's not here anymore. I'll have to tell him that in words with my thumbs. But... Oh, now I gotta listen to that Daylight Dies track. It's weird to me that guitarists can't noodle like this and record it and sell it more often. This is good, and it's just a guitar and the hum of speaker feedback as a drone to work from. I think a lot of guitarists get in their heads. What do you mean, Tactical Tony? What's up? That means so much to me that I didn't have to encourage you guys to tell him goodbye. That just means... I have so much gratitude for you guys. I've talked about it before, but the people that inspire me are the people that I don't have to yell at to be better. I don't sleep in the middle of the day very often, Chris, no. Well, I fucking was, Rach. Okay? Okay? And I had given up hope. All right? Hope was something I'd just given up on. Hope is for the dying, is what I chose to believe. And you guys give me reasons to know that I was wrong. Heckercar's such a weird dude. This is a copyrighted movie from Time Warner. If I find you sold it on eBay, I will break into your house and break your wife in half. Centipedes freak me out too. Extreme but effective. Do not crinkle your food wrappers loudly. Be considerate to others, or I will bite your torso, give you a disease. Ah. Thank you, guys. This is nice. I wasn't looking forward to a summer out here. I was looking forward to the winter as proof of concept that I would choose this life over a softer or easier life. But I'm not going to an easier life. I will be stepping into a life with an audience that demands satisfaction. And if I can do it better, I will be anticipating and expecting you guys to expect me to continue to get better. Summers in Orlando can be brutal. I'm ready. I'm ready. Shut up, Rach. I do know that you're going to make it difficult. I don't know about still going. Don't talk to me. We throw the child. Maybe the greatest commercial of all time. First of all, Sir Patrick Stewart calling Hey Arnold the child. Because Eric's not here, you tell me to shut up, she says. Shut up, Rachel. Shut your face, Barrymore. Ah, yes. You fucking tell her, Patrick. My house has got no electricity. Oh, be nice, Rachie. I don't mean it. Lulu, your face. It was better before it was on the floor. Here, I'll put it back on for you. I'm dumb. I'm aware of it. Oh, but when the spirit comes over me, I just let it happen. It's so damn random, yeah. I miss doing that tonight. I don't wish I had done it. I miss doing it, but I'm also frankly glad to give my body the rest. Pirate Trevor. I don't know if I can do it on command. I don't know if I can just summon it up. What did he say? They call me the squirrel of the high seas. Squirrel. They call me the squirrel of the high seas. They do. Stupid. Stupid. Funny as shit, though. I will try to tag Hazel. I don't remember her whole name. I think it was Hazel and then numbers. I think she had a last name, and I think I remember it. I'm sure she would get a kick out of it. What makes me laugh is when I see it back is the me going, why? Why is this still happening? Because that's a genuine thing. That's not me trying to be funny. I don't even remember why I went into pirate voice. I think that I was just having trouble finding Trevor voice again. And I was just Rolodexing through all the voices that I knew to try to remember how to do Trevor voice. And I landed on... Yeah, it happened last summer too. Yeah, you kept laughing about how when I walked into the one pirate town, because everybody was pirates, then everybody became pirates. Not everybody I walked into the one town where the pirates were in the bar, and so I ended up doing a whole bunch of pirate voices in a row, and then I couldn't get out of it. And so then everybody became a pirate for like an hour. It's contagious, you see. It's a little bit like the clap. Once you start. Well, no, that's Pringles. Actually, it's black people. But... You can't say this shit just because it's in a stupid voice. Rookie. What do you call a pirate with both eyes and all his limbs? A rookie. That's funny. I was trying to do an old man's voice. I'm dumb. Oh yeah, you can get your books. I don't know that they're in very good shape, but they're in the tent. They will certainly need to be disinfected. Be disinfected. I know I'm not leaning very close to my light source. I'm right here. I know. You earned it, Rach. You can have it. Give me just a second. I went right to it. That's awesome. The red light's lower. And my battery's probably gonna die if I change the light. The red light's dimmer. The red light specials in Amsterdam. You're stupid, Rachel. Here, I gotta change my batteries now. Okay, here we go. Bitch. That's a lot brighter. Fuck. Here, let's go red light. Fuck. I don't like the red light. That hurts my eyes. I'm gonna put it right there on the dimmer one though. Look, I see my stubbornness. I see it. I am aware of it. I'll just suffer through a dead battery. It's fine. It'll be dead in a few minutes. It's fine. Then I'll change it. I see it. I see it. That's part of why I need the adult supervision of a woman. It was like the 5-0 showed up. Yeah, bright ass. It's like the guy who couldn't understand that I used to walk through my shoes, that I walk my shoes until they're just destroyed. And he called it a lack of self-respect or a lack of respect for the thing. And I understood where he was coming from on some level. I had the batteries. The cost, the $1.25 for more batteries is not a hurdle. I'm just stubborn. Growing up poor makes you weird about stuff like that. I was gonna pretend you didn't say that, Rach. You love stubborn? I don't have a lot of control over it. That's why I chose the tent. Ah! Okay, take care, Mr. S. That's funny. He jumps in to let you. We both hella dumb, she says. You have to be to find this entertaining, I think. You guys are delightful. All of you. And yeah, I've decided that I'm not going to be melancholy about not doing this anymore. I'm just going to maintain a good mood until traffic is slow and everybody's gone to bed. And then I'm just going to go to bed. And I'm going to wake up and we're going to do it tomorrow. Adults are just children that got old on some level. Yeah. You like Toidles? Do you have a million? Did I chase away Misty with my idiot behavior? The temperament of a 6-year-old. You also have the temperament of mishandled cockatiel. She goes, I don't like birds. And I go, yeah, neither do other birds. Birds can be scary. I'm not gonna act like I'm not freaked out by a bird. I had a cockatiel for a while named Lyle, and he used to freak me the fuck out. And a large part of why I bought him is because I couldn't get him off my body. And the moon. I know, Rachie. Right now, Tactical Tony, I'm just chilling. A shoebill? The shoebills are the ones in Africa that have the great big beak, right? Oh, I misspoke. You and the bird just doesn't like you? We are arch rivals, he says. What's Professor Oak's kid's name? His grandson or whatever? Timmy Oak, I guess you get to name him. They're one of the oldest avian, non-avian, avian. They're one of the oldest surviving avian species, right? Graybills or shoehorns. Why you? Is it a you like herons, Rachie? I don't know that I know what a heron is. A heron is like a stork, right? Black-billed magpie. A magpie hates your ass. Yeah, they're very old. They're basically dinosaurs. Historical record. Backward knees. Yeah, so like storks or flamingos. Hello, Vaughn. A heron species is what that one guy thinks the Mothman is, right? No, it was it was a crane of some sort. Cranes are also real tall like that, have the real long legs, stilt legs, right? Huge and blue gray and beautiful. The babies are huge. Thank you, eggs. The as far as the stilt legs. Which one of these? Was it a heron or a crane, or is the difference? Does the difference matter? Isn't that what somebody thought the Mothman was? Was just an especially big, like red heron or something like that? Doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't look anything like what people reported. I figure those real tall stilt-legged birds are probably older. As far as like poke, you said that the babies are bigger than most full-grown birds. I wonder if they're an older species is what that's about. You recently weren't learned that a red herring is a thing? Oh, red herring is a different thing entirely. No, that doesn't help, Rach. Oh, okay. Cranes and herons probably have a similar ancestor somewhere. Cool. Thanks for looking. Yeah, they probably share a common ancestor. Yeah, a diet and a flight adaptation. Make a big S. Sorry about the yawning. I'm gonna sleep well tonight. I know that, even after the nap. They look like a bendy straw. That's funny. I am happy. Hi, Jar Choco. What's up, buddy? Sandhill cranes are like squirrels in New York. They're just all over the place in New York. You had a bad day. I don't love to hear that, Jar. Do you want to talk about it? Yeah, I knew what you meant, Moke. I knew what you meant, Poke. They migrate back and forth. That's cool. Oh, cool. Bearded vultures. Hey, Tammy, what's up? Thank you for that. I love the little butterfly. Maybe Rachie. I don't really have anywhere along the way that would be a memory. Oh, I missed somebody. Give me 1 second, Gabe. Thank you for that. Uh, you drive a bus, right, Jar? Do I remember that right? Thank you for that, Gabe. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It sounds very busy. It sounds like a lot of change. Okay. Sounds like you had a busy day and a lot of change. Maybe not on your normal. It sounds like you're not definitely not on your normal route. Sounds busy. I don't know what it's about, Kathleen. Most beautiful and metal bird on the planet. That's funny. That's a funny way to say it, Eggs. Bearded vulture. I'll try to remember that if I can for when the show's over. I'll try to check it out. Okay, Jay. Yeah, somebody asked me the other day, Poke, why I like owls or what I like about owls. It was completely random, but that's what I said is their poop is cool because they eat the whole animal. That's intense, Egregor. You were not happy about how busy you were? I don't love that you weren't happy about it. Yeah, we did dissect owl pellets in school. Hi, Christy. What's up? I'm doing great. How are you? Owls have nice legs. I don't know about that. Can neither confirm nor deny. I've been, I've been right here, Christy, baby. I'm sure that there's a place that we could go and dissect owl poop, Rach. Screamers, Poke, little fluffy bodies and real long legs. That's funny, Tammy. Rachel's up there. She's Emin on 143. She's good, Christy. Oh, I don't love that it's ridiculous, buddy. If you feel like crying, let it out, pal. Just have a good shout or a good cry or a good yell or whatever. You don't need to hold that emotion in all day long. Now that you're no longer around your coworkers or your customers or anybody who's going to be hurt by your emotion, you're absolutely allowed to let that out, pal. You don't have to hold on to that and you don't have to drink or smoke it away. We are here for you. Absolutely we are. I remember you, Christy. Please don't use it, but I remember you. Yeah, listen to your body, buddy. Oh, Jar. I don't love that, buddy. You're usually in such a good mood. Do you want to talk about what you like about your work? What do you usually do? I cry multiple times a day, too. I don't let it stop me. But like you feel like quitting because you don't know what you like about it anymore? Thank you, Poke. I saw it. Do you have a boss, a superior that you can talk to about it being too much? It sounds like you're stressed out. I can read that you're stressed out. Yeah, well, yeah, if you've got a superior, somebody above you in the chain of command, you're supposed to be able to communicate with them, like things like that. Like, that's too much for me. That was too much for me. I can't do that 2 days in a row. I would like to never do that again. Yeah, send Jar Choco hugs for me. Yeah. I understand, Jar. They're working you like a dog, and then you got to find a way home, and it's like I'm tired when I get home, and you're working me like a dog, and you're not being very respectful of my limitations. Sometimes that's enough. And with a good employer, that's supposed to be enough. I'm not going to tell you to quit your job. You take the bus home. Jar, I understand being just absolutely beat the fuck down by a work day and then having to walk home, having to take the bus home. I know exactly what that feels like. I know exactly how exhausting and degrading that can feel. And if your employer wants you and you want to be there, they'll find a way to not beat you that much. Hello, Jessica and Kurt. Thank you for your kind words. Lyft can get expensive, Jar. I absolutely understand that. I'd have to think about it, Luke. I don't know. It was probably Mr. S. When Mr. S said that he was no longer mature enough to be involved in this conversation was probably my favorite part of today. I'm not lonely most of the time, Jessica and Kurt. No. The Bobby McFerrin song doesn't apply to you. I don't know Bobby McFerrin's music well enough to know exactly what you mean, but if you hum a few bars, I might. I'm not usually lonely, no. Sometimes I get lonely, Jessica and Kurt. Do you mind if I call you JNC? I'm listening, Tammy. Hey, Cindy. I haven't been able to be lonely in a meaningful way since Mr. S showed up in my life. I think he told me that yesterday was a year. Um, so I haven't been able to be meaningfully. I've had to manufacture loneliness. Yeah, I took the afternoon off, Portland. The evening, really. Yeah, JNC, one of my favorite songs, one of my favorite bands, Catatonia, there's a line in one of their songs where he says, "Loneliness is a disease. It does hurt." I'm glad you asked. I'm listening, Tammy. Criminals, I'm with you. Loneliness can be deafening. Ah, don't worry, be happy. That song doesn't apply to you right now. You can't get past the worries. I understand, buddy. We're here for you one way or the other. They're probably actually the same thing, Portland. Thank you, JNC. I hurt in different ways, but I don't have to hurt from the grinding loneliness anymore. Sometimes I get lonely. Like, sometimes when I take my lunches, especially when I take my meals, um, and Rach or Mr. S are busy, I will get lonely. I'll feel lonely. But I don't have, I have to manufacture a genuine sense of loneliness. I'm still with you, Tammy. Cindy, I was having my lunch today and I was praying for you and I was crying. And I could tell that my server was avoiding me, and that's a different conversation. That's a difficult conversation to have with anybody, and I'm really proud of you for sharing it. I'm glad you did vent, Jar. Thank you for sharing it with us. Maybe not, Portland. Why are you sharing that, Walter? Well, was the cemetery yours? Because it sounds like your brain is telling you that you're hanging around with criminals and you're accusing yourself of their behavior. Okay, but that doesn't answer my question, Walter. Tammy, did you know that God showed up to Abram before he destroyed Sodom as three people? Jesus was among 3 criminals. Sure, Tammy, but none of the stuff that was in those graves is yours. Walter, I feel less like you're talking to me than you're talking to yourself, buddy. Not 3 warnings, 1 warning, 3 persons. Well, Jesus was crucified he was the third, so to speak, of 2 other criminals. Look at the details and the sequences of your dream. So your dream is a triptych. It's a story in 3 broad motions. And so isolate each motion like a painting. Just think of it like a still image. Okay, Walter. Thank you for continuing. Walter is asking us to pray for him. Will someone please say that they will pray for Walter so he will stop? We're doing a lot of things all at once. Vanilla, what are you doing? Walter, the humble thing to do would have been to just ask for a prayer. Well, right, Tammy, I'm not done with you yet. You just asked me to interpret a dream, and we haven't even started to talk about the framework of the dream yet. We're nowhere close to started, let alone done. I don't remember the exact words he said to him. Something about being brave and going to the cross because he was going to meet his God that day. Something to that effect. To go to the cross like a warrior and not like a criminal. Effectively, fear not, for tonight we dine in hell. Hello, Fiona. I know I said hello earlier. What's up? It's starting to get cold. Sun has gone down and it's starting to get cold. So that means I need to dress. I can stave this off with adult decisions. that don't include huddling yet. Loosely, your past or your heritage, loosely. But you had three people there. So you're in the cemetery. Typically when we're in cemeteries, it's not to meditate on what we've lost, it's to meditate on those before us. So you're in a place with monuments to what was before, what had come before. The past, but not an unspecific past, a pretty specific past. The geography, the set and setting that have made you you, the environment that have made you you in some way, without your control or oftentimes even your conscious awareness. And then there are three people there. Turns out you're not alone. There are three people here with whom you are guilty by association. And then during your arraignment, because think about what jail is. Say you were desecrating the cemetery. You weren't. Say you were. You get arrested. You don't get your sentence during arraignment. You face your day in court. The arraignment is just to keep you from doing the thing you were doing and to put you under surveillance until you can go and sit in front of a judge and they can tell you whether you can or cannot make bail until your day in court. That's all arraignment is. So yeah, you're in jail, you're arrested, you're guilty by association, and then you want a basic freedom to self-harm for chemical stimulating reasons. And you can't, because you don't have your basic liberties, because you're in arraignment. But you're just in arraignment. Like you said, you were struggling to give them things like basic ID, right? They were struggling to process you in arraignment, and you just went and volunteered yourself to lockup. Yeah, you hadn't been properly processed, Tammy. So you were hastening your guilt by association. Thank you, Eggs. Well, smoking can be a metaphor for authenticity in that context, Tammy. You desired to breathe authentically, to taste authentically. Right. Your guilt is by association. Jesus fucking Christ. This guy's not gonna shut the fuck up. I didn't ask nicely, but goddamn, somebody could have just said they were gonna fucking pray for him. So he'd shut the fuck up. Give me a second. I'll find the fucking thing eventually. Alright, not your fault. X did his best. Give me a second. Don't mute him. Don't turn him off. Just give me a second. I don't know where my book is. Oh, where has my scripture gone? Oh, where can it be? I live in a tent, it cannot have gone far. Oh, there does it be. Okay. Yeah, guilty by association is where I would begin if I were you. Welcome back, Misty. Yeah, if you're watching people explain the meaning of the cemetery, it's more like it's less anything of that you own and more um, a mystery to which you're only tangentially privy. Yeah, so anyway, just for anyone curious, I just read the 4 books of the gospel, and in all 4 of the crucifixion accounts, Jesus doesn't actually address the robbers. So from Matthew chapter 27, verse 32, as they went out, they found a man of Cyrene, Simon by name. They compelled this man to carry his cross, and when they came up to a place called Golgotha, which means place of the skull, they offered him wine to drink, mixed with gall. But when he tasted it, he would not drink it. And when they had crucified him, they divided his garments among them by casting lots. Then they sat down and kept watch over him there. And over his head they put the charge against him, which read, "This is Jesus, the King of the Jews." Then 2 robbers were crucified with him, one on the right and one on the left. And those who passed by derided him, wagging their heads and saying, "You who would destroy the temple and rebuild it in 3 days, save yourself. If you are the Son of God, come down from the cross." So also the chief priests with the scribes and elders mocked him, saying, "He saved others, he cannot save himself. He is the King of Israel. Let him come down now from the cross, and we will believe in him. He trusts in God. Let God deliver him now, if he desires him." For he said, "I am the Son of God," and the robbers who were crucified with him also reviled him in the same way. That's from Matthew. From Mark chapter 15, verse 21. And they compelled a passerby, Simon of Cyrene, who was coming in from the country, the father of Alexander, and Rufus, to carry his cross. And they brought him to the place called Golgotha, which means place of the skull. And they offered him wine mixed with myrrh, but he did not take it. And they crucified him and divided his garments among them, casting lots for them, to decide which each should take. And it was the 3rd hour, when they crucified him, and the inscription of the charge against him read, "The King of the Jews." And with him they crucified 2 robbers, one on his right and one on his left. And those who passed by derided him, wagging their heads and saying, "Aha! You who would destroy the temple and rebuild it in 3 days, save yourself and come down from the cross." So also the chief priests and with the scribes mocked him to one another, saying, "He saved others, he cannot save himself. Let the Christ, the King of Israel, come down now from the cross, that we may see and believe." Those who were crucified with him also reviled him. From Luke chapter 23, verse 26. And as they led him away, they seized one Simon of Cyrene, who was coming in from the country, and laid on him the cross, to carry it behind Jesus. And there followed him a great multitude of the people, and of women who were mourning and lamenting for him. But turning to them, Jesus said, "Daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children. For behold, the days are coming when they will say, 'Blessed are the barren, and the wombs that never bore, and the breasts that never nursed.' Then they will begin to say to the mountains, 'Fall on us,' and to the hills, 'Cover us.' For if they do these things when the wood is green, what will happen when it is dry?" 2 others, who were criminals, were led away to be put to death with him. And when they came to the place that is called the Skull, there they crucified him, and the criminals, one of his right and one on his left. And Jesus said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." And they cast lots to divide his garments. And the people stood by watching, but the rulers scoffed at him, saying, "He saved others, let him save himself. If he is the Christ of God, his chosen one." The soldiers also mocked him, coming up and offering him sour wine, and saying, "If you are the King of the Jews, save yourself." There was also an inscription over him, "This is the King of the Jews." One of the criminals who were hung railed at him, saying, "Are you not the Christ? Save yourself and us." But the other rebuked him, saying, "Do you not fear God, since you are under the same sentence of condemnation? And we indeed justly, for we are receiving the due reward of our deeds. But this man has done nothing wrong." And he said, "Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom." And he said to him, "Truly I say to you, today you will be with me in paradise." And then from John 19, from verse 16. So he delivered him over to them to be crucified. So they took Jesus, and he went out, bearing his own cross, to the place they called the place of a skull, which in Aramaic is called Golgotha. There they crucified him, and with two others, one on either side, and Jesus between them. Pilate also wrote an inscription and put it on the cross. It read, Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. Many of the Jews read this inscription, for the place where Jesus was crucified was near the city, and it was written in Aramaic, in Latin, and in Greek. So the chief priests of the Jews said to Pilate, do not write, the King of the Jews, but rather, this man said, I am King of the Jews. As Pilate answered, what I have written, I have written. When the soldiers had crucified Jesus, they took his garments and divided them into 4 parts, 1 part for each soldier, also his tunic. But the tunic was seamless, woven in one piece from top to bottom. So they said to one another, let us not tear it, but cast lots for it to see whose it shall be. This was to fulfill the scripture which says, they divided my garments among them, and for my clothing they cast lots. So the soldiers did these things. But standing by the cross of Jesus were his mother and his mother's sister, Mary, the wife of Clopas, and Mary Magdalene. When Jesus saw his mother and disciple whom he loved standing nearby, he said to his mother, woman, behold your son. Then he said to the disciple, behold your mother. And from that hour the disciple took her to his own home. So whatever you wanted to imply, Walter, it's wrong. Jesus didn't even say anything as encouraging as what I said. He effectively said, you're going to die now. Save your energy. I don't know who Walter's talking to, but it's not me, and I'm done reading it. What up, Dave? How you doing? I don't know what that means, Dave. Yeah, Tammy? Hiya, Aya. So from Luke chapter 24, verse 44. It was now about the 6th hour, and there was darkness over the whole land until the 9th hour, while the sun's light failed, and the curtain of the temple was torn in two. Then Jesus, calling out with a loud voice, said, Father, into your hands I commit my spirit. And having said this, he breathed his last. Now, When the centurion saw what had taken place, he praised God, saying, "Certainly this man was innocent." And all the crowds that had assembled for this spectacle, when they saw what had taken place, returned home beating their breasts. And all his acquaintances and all the women who had followed him from Galilee stood at a distance watching these things. Now there was a man named Joseph, from the Jewish town of Arimathea. He was a member of the council, a good and righteous man, who had not consented to their decision and action, and he was looking for the kingdom of God. This man went to Pilate and asked for the body of Jesus. Then he took it down and wrapped it in a linen shroud and laid it in a tomb cut in stone, where no one had ever yet been laid. It was the day of preparation, and the Sabbath was beginning. The women who had come with him from Galilee followed and saw the tomb and how his body was laid. Then they returned and prepared spices and ointments. On the Sabbath, they rested according to their commandment. Chapter 24. But on the first day of the week at early dawn, they went to the tomb, taking the spices they had prepared. And they found the stone rolled away from the tomb. But when they went in, they did not find the body of the Lord Jesus. While they were perplexed about this, behold, two men stood by them in dazzling apparel. And as they were frightened, bowed their faces to the ground. The men said to them, Why do you seek the living among the dead? He is not here, but is risen. Remember how he told you while he was still in Galilee that the Son of Man must be delivered into the hands of sinful men and be crucified, and on the third day rise? And they remembered his words. And returning from the tomb, they told all these things to the 11 and to all the rest. Now it was Mary Magdalene and Joanna, and Mary the mother of James, and the other women with them, who told these things to the apostles. But these words seemed to them an idle tale, and they did not believe them. But Peter rose and ran to the tomb. Stooping and looking in, he saw the linen clothes by themselves, and he went home marveling at what had happened. That very day, two of them were going to a village named Emmaus, about 7 miles from Jerusalem, and they were talking with each other about all the things that had happened. While they were talking and discussing together, Jesus himself drew near and went with them. But their eyes were kept from recognizing him. And he said to them, What is this conversation that you are holding with each other as you walk? And they stood still, looking sad. Then one of them, named Cleopas, answered, Are you the only visitor to Jerusalem who does not know the things that have happened here in these days? And he said to them, What things? And they said to him, Concerning Jesus of Nazareth, a man who was a prophet, mighty in deed and word before God and all the people, and how our chief priests and rulers delivered him up to be condemned to death and crucified him. But we had hoped that he was the one to redeem Israel. Yes, and besides all this, it is now the third day since these things happened. Moreover, some women of our company amazed us. They were at the tomb early in the morning, and when they did not find his body, they came back, saying that they had even seen a vision of angels, who said that he was yet alive. Some of those who were with us went to the tomb and found it just as the women had said, but him they did not see. And he said to them, O foolish ones, and slow of heart to believe all that the prophets have spoken. Was it not necessary that the Christ should suffer these things and enter into his glory? And beginning with Moses and all the prophets, he interpreted to them in all of the scriptures the things concerning himself. So they drew near to the village in which they were going. He acted as if he were going farther, but they urged him strongly, saying, Stay with us, for it is toward evening, and the day is now far spent. So he went in to stay with them. When he was at the table with them, he took the bread and blessed and broke it and gave it to them. And their eyes were opened, and they recognized him. And he vanished from their sight. They said to each other, Did not our hearts burn within us while he talked to us on the road, while he opened to us the scriptures? And they rose that same hour and returned to Jerusalem. And they found the 11 and those who were there and gathered them together, saying, The Lord is risen indeed and has appeared to Simon. And they told us what had happened on the road and how he is known to them in the breaking of the bread. As they were talking about these things, Jesus himself stood among them and said to them, Peace to you. But they were startled and frightened and thought they saw a spirit. And he said to them, Why are you troubled? And why do doubts arise in your hearts? See my hands and my feet, that it is I myself. Touch me and see, for a spirit does not have flesh and bones as you see that I have. And when he had said this, he showed them his hands and his feet, and while they still believed for joy and were marveling, he said to them, Have you anything here to eat? They gave him a piece of broiled fish, and he took it and ate it before them. Then he said to them, These are my words that I spoke to you while I was still with you, that everything written about me in the law of Moses and the prophets and the Psalms must be fulfilled. Then he opened their minds to understand the scriptures and said to them, Thus it is written, that the Christ should suffer on the third day rise from the dead, and that repentance for the forgiveness of sins should be proclaimed in his name to all nations, beginning from Jerusalem. You are witnesses of these things, and behold, I am sending the promise of my Father upon you. But stay in the city until you are clothed with the power from on high. And he had led them out as far as Bethany, and lifting up his hands, he blessed them. While he blessed them, he parted from them, and as he was carried up into heaven, and they worshipped him and returned to Jerusalem with great joy, and were continually in the temple blessing God. That's only one of the accounts, but Luke is the one that I'm going to read for you, because Luke is the one that was probably written by a woman, and Tammy said that she was inspired by the faith of the women in this story. And it is the women who did not need their minds opened by a disembodied God. It was not the women who needed extra teaching after the resurrection. The women knew exactly what to do, and they went right into action, because the women paid attention to the prophecies. What the angels didn't go is, here, let me touch your foreheads real quick and make sure that you actually know the scripture. No, they didn't do that, because the women knew it. The women already knew it. That's what your Christian education is going to lie about you, and lie about to 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 you, because your Christian theology and your Christian churches are built on 5th century. They're built on 5th century politics, which had kicked women out of Greco-Roman civilization. Prove me wrong. Thank you, Tammy. Probably he's not fishing. Probably Jesus is a fiction. Okay, Rachie. That in 5th century Greco-Roman politics, women had been made illegal. Yeah, this is not the place to preach. I asked him multiple times why he was saying those things to me, and he refused my questions, so Walter can move on with his life. There are other places to preach. There are people who need it. Good night, Rachel. I like how Tammy spells Rachel with that A-L at the end. It makes her sound like an angel. Hello, Lil B. Women are not illegal now, but we're not in the 5th century AD, nor are we Greco-Roman. Jordan. When did you just decide to start listening to me so that I can know when to begin telling you to fuck off? Because you clearly did not listen to the entire thesis. You clearly started in the middle of a sentence and didn't scroll back. It is not my job to do your rewinding for you. Be kind. Rewind. It ain't much heft. Scroll left. It may be a pain in the ass, but I did it once to cut a video of a guy that I stumbled across saying anti-Semitic shit. Yeah, I think that's the right way, Tammy. There's a whole civilization there to catch you when you fall. Just because you got in the company of dilettantes doesn't mean that you're a bad person. Radical acceptance, maybe. Well, I don't think it's a crime to not be faithful. I was reading earlier today where the prophet Nathan was explaining that sin is just any mistake. It's just any self-harmful choice. And God doesn't punish us for sin. God guides us out of our consequences. Sort of, egregore. Sort of. There are two sins. The sin to which you're referring is actually a Hittite word and an Indo-European word. The sin of Sumer is a moon god. Well, the door wasn't even locked, Lunk. They wouldn't even let her shut the door on herself. Unless you don't ask forgiveness, Jeremy. There's always a catch. The Hebrew word sin is related to the moon god. And really the word they preferred was iniquity anyway. And the word that they used for iniquity just meant bent. Maybe, Tammy, but they wouldn't even let you close the door. The door is not even closed. You haven't even been processed. Okay. Okay. Bent. Iniquity just means wrongdoing. But the Hebrew word just meant bent. Like a staff, like a crooked staff. Or like an arrow shaft that won't fire. That's how the Hittite parallel came to become used in the place. Like a jail for overthinkers. Welcome back, Jar. God damn it. Why is this happening? Just let me get to my desktop. What the fuck? Somewhere miles and miles away. No one would ask me to stay. Why didn't you open? You feeling any better, Jar? Okay. I'm going to read you a book, Tammy. Would you like me to read you the introduction? Or would you like me to just read you the book? when I... Yeah, there are 4 gospels, Tammy. The Jesus story broke up into 11 cults the day he died, is what the story of Luke and all of the gospels are telling us. Okay. The book is called The 3 Forms of First Thought. From the introduction, this is from the Gnostic Bible, is the name of the composition. The 3 Forms of First Thought, or the Trimorphic Protonoia, is a Sethian tractate that reached its present form around 200 CE. It features a divine triad of Father, Mother, and Son, who each descend at first thought, or as first thought, protonoia. First thought's descents from the pleroma to earth are also symbolized as voice, speech, and word. The profound poetry of 3 forms of thought, 3 forms of first thought, shares with most Gnostic scripture an exuberant gift for mythopoetic language. In its lexicon in 3 stages, 3 forms of first thought resembles the secret book of John, probably written about the same time. Both apocalyptic treatises offer a philosophical meditation on the formation and history of the universe. In the secret book of John, there is a triple descent of the Redeemer, from the riches of light in the heavenly pleroma to the second period in darkness, chaos, and the prison of the body, to the third phase, where, being the pure light in light, the Redeemer speaks to the redeemable and pronounces a wakening call for their deliverance. In its revelation of the creation, fall, and salvation of the world and its people... Come on, give me the next page, you fuck. The secret book of John resembles the 3 forms of first thought's discourse by the personified protonoia in her 3 revelatory descents as heavenly redeemer. Protonoia's ultimate purpose is to combat the darkness that Earth's inhabitants have fallen under as a result of the plots of their chief creator, the boasting demiurge, and offer the children of light hope of redemption. Protonoia, first thought, is female, but she lives in the light, who is the father of all. And in her is also the divine child, the Son of God. So the book begins, I am first thought, the thought that is in light. I am movement that is in all, she in whom the realm of all takes its stand. The figures and attributes manifest a complex variety from the very first statements of the text. First thought is also the eternal being of Barbello. As a woman and female principle, she evokes Sophia, wisdom in her earlier descent with all her creation. She also corresponds to the Son in the form of the Logos, the Savior. This mingled scheme of references ecstatically uttered, and its continued mingling from the very first lines of Jewish, Gnostic, and Christian elements leads John Turner to state, quote, Trimorphic protonoia has undergone at least 3 states of composition. First, there was the original triad of the erytological, I don't know what that means, erytological, I actually know what that means, self-predictions, that is, I am statements, of protonoia as voice, speech, and word that were probably built up out of the Jewish wisdom tradition and maybe out of the Apocryphon of John's similar pronoia erytology itself sometime during the 1st century CE. There is little here that seems specifically Gnostic or Christian or Sethian or Barbeloite. Second, this was supplemented, ellipsation, by various narrative doctrinal passages based upon traditional Barbeloite theogonical materials about the emergence of the divine realm. Theogony is the creation or the emergence of the gods. So the theogonical materials, that is materials about the emergence of the divine realm. More ellipsation. After circulation as a mildly Christian Barbeloite text in this form, the third and last stage of composition seems to have evolved a deliberately polemical, that is, negatively critical incorporation of Christian, specifically Johannine Christian, materials into the Aritological portion of the third subtractate. And what that last little bit means, the Johannine Christian, is those who followed John, the disciple John. All of the disciples had different Christianities. Initially, continues the introduction, the voice of first thought descends as a light force into darkness and shapes the fallen in their world of error and mortality. They have experienced the destructions brought on by the chief creator of the earth, who is the demiurge, called variously Sakla, Samael, and Yaldabaoth. The victims of the creator listen to the mother, who offers the mystery hidden from the eternal beings, which is embedded in the formation of language itself. She tells them, quote, I am the womb that gives shape to all by bearing light shining in splendor. I am the coming eternal realm. I am the fulfillment of all. Ellipses. I cast the voice's speech into the ears of those who know me. I invite you into the high, perfect light. End quote. Continuing. She offers hope to save the children of light on the earth, telling them that they will be as they were when they were light. In the second descent, the speech of first thought gives spirit and breath to the fallen. And in the third, the word or logos of thought descends in human form and restores the fallen to light. A feat accomplished by means of the baptismal rite of the 5 seals. The human form may be Christ the Anointed, who is mentioned a few times, reflecting the tractate's light Christianization, which, though at moments polemical, seems to lack conviction. This is not fundamentally a Christian treatise. Nonetheless, it still merits comparison with the opening hymn to the word or logos in the Gospel of John. The discourse ends with a Gnostic baptismal rite leading to the 5 seals that contain the light of ineffable knowledge. In the last line, we learn that the author of this sacred scripture is the Father of perfect knowledge. Okay, that's the introduction. Eritology is the study of virtue. Thank you. Okay, that was the introduction. 3 forms of first thought. The word of first thought, the first descent. I am first thought, the thought that is in light. I am movement that is in all, she in whom the realm of all takes its stand. The firstborn among those who came into being, she who exists before all. She is called by 3 names, although she exists alone, since she is perfect. I am invisible within the thought of the invisible one. I am revealed in the immeasurable, ineffable things. I am intangible, dwelling in the intangible. I move in every creature. I am the life of my afterthought. That is within every power and every eternal movement, and in invisible lights, and within the powers and angels and demons and every soul in Tartarus, that is hell, and in every material soul. I live in those who came into being. I move in everyone and I enter them. I walk upright, and those who sleep I awaken, and I am the sight of those who dwell in sleep. I am the invisible one in all. I counsel those who are hidden, since I know the whole realm of all that exists in it. I am numberless beyond everyone. I am immeasurable, ineffable, yet whenever I wish I shall reveal myself. I am the head of all. I am before all. I am all, since I am in everyone. I am a voice speaking softly. I am from the beginning. I am in the silence that surrounds every one of them, and the hidden voice is in me, in intangible, immeasurable thought, in the immeasurable silence. I descended into the underworld and shone down on the darkness. I poured water. I am hidden in radiant waters. I gradually dawn on all by my thought. I am weighed down with the voice. Through me knowledge comes. I am in the ineffable and unknowable. I am perception and knowledge, uttering a voice by means of thought. I am the real voice. I cry out in everyone, and they recognize it, since a seed lives in them. I am the Father's thought, and through me came the voice, the knowledge of everlasting things. I am as thought for all. I am joined to unknowable and intangible thought. I revealed myself in all who know me, for I joined everyone in hidden thought and exalted voice, and in a voice from the invisible thought. It is immeasurable, since it is in the immeasurable one. It is a mystery, unrestrained by the intangible. It is invisible to all who are visible in the realm of all. It is light in light. We also have left the visible world, since we are saved by hidden wisdom, mediated by the ineffable, immeasurable voice. And the one who is hidden within us pays a tribute of fruit to the water of life. The Son is perfect in every respect, and the daughter in this case. He is the Word, she is the Word, who originated through that voice, who came from on high, who was within him, who has within him the name, who is light. The Son revealed the everlasting, and all the unknown was known. He revealed what is hard to interpret and what is secret, and he preached to those who live in silence with first thought. And he revealed himself to those who are in darkness, and he clarified himself to those in the abyss. To those in the hidden treasuries he told ineffable mysteries, and he taught unspeakable doctrines to all those who became children of the light. Now the voice that came from my thought exists as three permanences: the Father, the Mother, the Son. The voice is perceptible speech containing a word rich in every glory. It has three masculinities, three powers, and three names. They are in the manner of the triad of three shapes, which are quadrangles, squares, secretly in silence of the ineffable one. He alone came into being as the anointed. I anointed him with goodness as the glory of the invisible Spirit. I established these three alone in glory over the eternal realms and living water. Glory surrounding him who first appeared to the light of the exalted aeons and realms. He persisted in light. And he stood in a light surrounding him, who is the eye of light gloriously shining on me. He gave aeons for the Father of all aeons. I, the thought of the Father, first thought, Barbelo, the perfect glory and the immeasurable, invisible, hidden one. I am the image of the invisible Spirit. Through me, all took shape. I am the mother as well as the light, whom she appointed as virgin. She who is called Myrothea, or Myrotea, the intangible womb, the unrestrained and immeasurable voice. Then the perfect Son revealed himself to his aeons who came through him. He revealed, glorified, and enthroned them, and stood in the glory made for himself. They blessed the perfect Son, the anointed, the God who came into being by himself. And they gave glory, saying, He is, Son, God's Son, He is, the being of eternal beings. He sees the eternal beings that he conceived, for you have conceived by your own desire. So we glorify you. Ma, Mo, you are O, you are A, you are being, the eternal realm of the eternal realms, the eternal realm he gave. Then the God who was conceived gave the eternal realms a power of life for them to rely on, and he established them. The first eternal realm he established over the first, Armadon, Nusanios, Harmozel. The second he established over the second eternal realm, Phionos, Ionos, or Aeneos, or Wael. The third over the third eternal realm, Meliphanius, Loios, and Davatai. The fourth over the fourth, Musanios, Amates, Eliteth. Now, those eternal realms are the ones conceived by the God who was conceived, the anointed. And these eternal realms received and gave glory. They were the first to appear, exalted in their thought, and each eternal realm gave 10,000 glories and great unsearchable lights. And as one they blessed the perfect Son, the God who was conceived. Then came a word from the great light Elileth, and said, I am king. Who is of chaos, and who is of the underworld? And suddenly his light appeared, shining forth, given afterthought. The powers of the powers asked nothing of him. Suddenly there appeared the great demon who rules over the lowest part of the underworld in chaos. He has no form or perfection. Rather, he has the form of the glory of those conceived in darkness. Now, he is Sakla, Samael Yaldabaath, he who took power, who stole it away from innocent Sophia, Originally, he overpowered her. She is the light's afterthought, who descended, from whom the great demon came from the beginning. The afterthought of light knew the great demon had begged Elileth for another order, though he was lower than afterthought, and she said, "Give me another order, so that you may be a place for me to live, so I will not fall into endless disorder." And the order of the entire house of glory agreed with her word. She was blessed, and the highest order yielded to her. Then the God who was conceived gave the eternal realms a power of life for them to rely on, and he established them. The first eternal realm he established over the first, Armadon, Nusanios, Harmozel. The second he established over the second eternal realm, Phionos, Ionos, Oriel. The third over the third eternal realm, Meliphonius, Loios, Davitai. The fourth over the fourth, Musanios, Samete, Selileth. Now, those eternal realms are the ones conceived by the God who was conceived, the anointed. And these eternal realms received and gave glory. They were the first to appear, exalted in their thought, and each eternal realm gave 10,000 glories and great unsearchable lights. And as one they blessed the perfect Son, the God who was conceived. Then, yes, it does repeat like this. Then came a word from the great light Elileth. Maybe it doesn't. We're going to just go to the next page. Now the great demon began to make aeons in the likeness of the real eternal realms, except that he produced them out of his own power. I, too, revealed my voice, secretly saying, "Stop, stop, you who walk on matter. Look, I am coming down to the world of mortals for my portion that was there from the time when the innocent Sophia was conquered. She descended so that I might counter their plan, which was determined by the one who reveals himself through her. Everyone in the house of the ignorant light was disturbed, and the abyss trembled. The chief creator of ignorance reigned over chaos and the underworld, and produced a human being in my likeness. But he didn't know that his creation would be a decree of his annulment, nor did he recognize the power in him. But now I have come down and reached chaos. I was there with my own. I am hidden in them, empowering them and giving them shape. From the first day until the day I grant enormous power to those who are mine, I will reveal myself to those who have heard my mysteries, the children of light. I am their father, and I shall tell you an utterly ineffable and unspeakable mystery. I tore off from you the bonds and broke the chains of the underworld demons, the same restraints that bound me. I overthrew the high walls of darkness, and I broke the secure gates of those pitiless ones and smashed their bars. And I spoke of the evil force and the one who beats and harms you, the tyrant, the adversary, the king, and the real enemy. I informed all who are mine, who are children of light, how to nullify the enemies, be free of bonds, and return to where they first were. I am the first who descended for my portion of what was left behind, the spirit in the soul, which came from the water of life and the immersion of my mysteries. I spoke, and the archons and authorities spoke. I went under their language and spoke my mysteries to my own, a hidden mystery, and the bonds in eternal oblivion were nullified, and I bore fruit in them, the thought of the unchanging eternal realm in my house and their father. And I went down to those who were mine from the first and reached them and broke the first strands that enslaved them. Then everyone in me shone, and I made a pattern for those lights that are ineffably in me. Amen. And then he continues for another book. No, not another book. This isn't a triptych itself. This moves in 3 movements itself. But I think that I have done what I wanted to do. So creatively, I'm done reading that for a while. Tammy. The prison is an illusion. Triune forethought comes to us when she wills. protonoia. Maybe, Tammy. I don't know if that's what that dream was telling you, but if that's what you learned, that's a good takeaway. It's a good start. It's always a good start. You are stuck with you forever. The Barbelo is also known as Prometheus. I'm not in a text, no. Take care, Long. Thanks for being here for so long. It has been a nice late stream. I don't usually do these after work. After I get home from Panera, I might start, well, I might do one more tomorrow. I'm going to have some people I got to say goodbye to, so it's a start, Tammy. Like I told Tifa, just start somewhere, sweetheart. It's a start. I am telling you, Tammy, that you had a mythic dream. You're kind of doing this with the things I'm saying. Yes, it is an act of rebellion. I'm speaking to you about Prometheus. Prometheus was the prime god of the Greek people and they understood all human beings to be them before Zeus took over and chained him to his rock. Prometheus was the high god first. And yes, it's an act of rebellion. My religion is an act of rebellion, Tammy. The way I live is an act of rebellion. I'm sure I can, Duja. Not all of my viewers love when I sing, Duja. And I'm not currently listening to anything that The word I want, I don't think actually fits. I was going to say conduces itself, but I don't think that's the right word. It might be. Doesn't really conduce itself to singing along. I'm listening to atmospheric almost. This is an instrumental. Is that Kathos? Kathos is back. That's interesting. Yeah, Eggs. Didn't you go live last night for a while in the voice chat? I don't care what you guys. The Discord, I want to be very clear about something now that you've asked, Eggs. The Discord is not a fan channel. That is not there to stoke my vanity in any way. If you guys want to share other streams about other shit and other YouTubers and it gets under my skin in any way, that is my fucking problem. It is there for you to share your truths with one another without anybody judging you, so long as it's not harmful of me or your ability to share with others, their ability to share with you. I want to be very clear. You share whatever the hell you want so long as it's not fucking sex stuff or aged appropriate for teenagers. You don't need to be encouraging teenagers to the channel. Correct. Tammy, you have substance. You are not a product. You are a human being. You have inherent value because you are alive. Hello, Carol Ann. How are you? I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, Carol Ann. That lightens my heart. I don't know what that means, Swamp Rat. And yeah, as far as the voice channels, and I'm just hanging out, Carol. Um, as far as the voice channels, if you guys start using those like crazy, I'll just start putting them on the live stream. I just make sharing your lovely conversations a part of, because it is a part of my work. Eventually, I'll have enough Patreon subscribers that I can go back to doing a thought of the day, riddle of the day, or of the week, or whatever. I did that for a while. Hello, darkness is really how that's said, but hello, bandit. Yeah, I'm here for you guys, Tammy. I took a nap in the middle of the day, and I don't know if you heard, but my life is going to be changing pretty dramatically tomorrow. So, well, if you give me something to work with, Tammy, and you actually listen to me, I might be able to orient you in a completely different direction than you think that your dream is talking to you. You missed that, Tammy? You're usually muted when screen sharing? Okay. Eggs. Well, maybe once I'm settled in, we can figure out how to get you that adapter, buddy. Yeah, I got a big day tomorrow, Tammy. By Saturday, I'm going to be in Orlando, Florida. I don't I don't I don't understand if you're prompting me, Swamp Rat, or if you're challenging me. I don't really know what you're saying. I would prefer that you stay as far away from me as humanly possible, Gage. What I do not want to look like is I've just freshly sucked a cock. Yes, Epic Labs. No, cocksucking would not look good on me. That's why I said that the way I did. I want to be very clear, Egg. I didn't say that um, because I want your money. I'd like to get some money moving your way. I'm playing with the suspense right now, Tammy. Thank you, Sarah. I'm gonna tell the story to Rachel first, because she was really going through it when it was happening to me, so she doesn't remember. But hello, 14. Hello, Dawn. I'm assuming you're responding to Nads. Well, I'm good. I'm glad to hear you're good. Thank you, Tammy. Heard that, Sarah. I had a spaghetti and meatballs today. House folk. Yeah, all of you with horses. Like if you're horsed. Now that it's almost over, I can finally start to, to laugh at that. I can finally start to laugh at that like it happened to somebody else. So stupid. Oh my god. He goes, "Are you unhorsed?" Sure am, buddy. It's okay, Eggs. It's okay, man. That's why I try to keep it looking nice. I know there are a lot of dudes out there who remain unhorsed. There are a lot of men out there who don't have it and want it and would love to be able to style it and play with it and have it. And so a horse is a horse, of course, unless, of course, that horse is the famous Mr. Ed. So I keep all of my follically challenged brethren in mind, and I try to keep it clean and take care of it. And so I don't want you to have envy. I want you to know that I'm keeping you in my heart, and it's absolutely not for the women. Rach loves it, and it's for her more than anyone. It is a privilege. It is a privilege to have hair as a man into your 40s. And I do treat it with that dignity and honor that it deserves. I can't grow a beard, so I try to keep this looking at least healthy. You didn't know anything, Gage. What the fuck are you talking about? You might not believe me. You might not believe me, but growing up, my dad, he had early onset male pattern baldness, and both of my granddads were bald, basically. And the whole way growing up, they used to give me shit about, because I wore my hair down to my shoulders. They used to give me shit about my hair, how long it was, and how healthy. Oh, you better have it. You better enjoy it while you got it. You better enjoy it while you got it. You cannot know how many times I heard that as a fucking kid. And then I sit, and you don't really need to know this about me, but I watch a lot of Rich Eisen, right? So famous bald guy. And every time somebody comes on his show with nice hair that doesn't know they have nice hair, he's like, "You have fucking nice hair." And they're always like, "Oh, I should do something with it then." And he's like, "Yeah, you should." And he rubs his head of skin. So I treat it with a dignity and respect, and I don't make fun of bald dudes. I know that a lot of dudes are seriously embarrassed about pattern baldness. I have worked really fucking hard on it, Eggs. I have worked really hard on it over the course of the last couple of years. Thank you, Tammy. I've worked really hard on it. It's spent a lot of time in hats. To be real with you, a lot of it is keeping it in a hat, keeping it in a beanie, and then not. It never gets wet, except for when when I wipe those wipes on it, and then I touch it a lot. If you want to stimulate growth, you gotta touch it a lot. You gotta manipulate the follicles a lot. And so it does this because I just taught it I taught the roots to just be that strong. Yeah, it's not a tick to mess with my hair. I'm allergic to the oils in my hair. So if I was gonna not just be keeping it short, if I wasn't just gonna keep it buzzed at all times, I had to learn how to keep it off of my face. So I kind of didn't have a lot of choices. Now I'm glad to know that you're not among the follically challenged, and I hope I didn't offend you. Hair. What I started to say, Egg, is that hair recognizes hair. Shoot up your hair? No. Thick Greek curls? Oh, see, I would probably be jealous of your hair, because you know how it is. I've never wanted curls, but girls go absolutely apeshit for a dude with curls. I always wanted a chick to be apeshit about my hair like that. You have Elvis hair? Heard that. Girls go fucking apeshit for it. It's such an unfair biological advantage. Such a stupid thing to say. That's correct, Tammy. We deserve to feel beautiful, but we don't need women that we don't know telling us. Chicks like that, Gage. They like the Superman curl. I can't get mine to do it consistently, and then it starts to itch. Why do I look sad, Master? Oh, because you're a rage baiter. Hey, that offensive lineman's bringing the mullet back. Have you guys seen that redhead from the draft? The not the draft. The what's it called? The combine. The beanie. Yeah, I wore a lot of beanies this winter. That's part of it. Shit, that freaked me out. You had a rat tail as a kid? I never understood the rat tail thing, but I knew a lot of people that had them. I grew up in North Carolina. They were everywhere. I'm sorry to hear that, Rage Baiter. I'm having trouble getting my camera to sit where I want it. Yeah, and you got to take the beanie off right. And you kind of got to comb it after. Your buddy Dana had a rat tail? Thank you, Rage Baiter. If I were you, the Master Rage Baiter, just between you and me, I would spell it UR, MASTUR, and BATER. It'd be funnier that way. Uh, and you might get more rage out of people where they're like, oh, that's nasty. Just a 2 character change right there, and you got gold. That's not disapproval, by the way. You put money in the machine. Maybe degenerate, but not really. It's just a light. Men, when they cut their hair, you mean? Tammy, did I miss something that you said? You've been shaving since you got a supervillain scar? I don't have a supervillain scar, but I did the asymmetrical or whatever they call it. Wore it long on the left and kept it real tight on the right for a while. I got a lot of pussy when my hair looked like that. I got a lot. It's for any young dudes out there who wonder whether the hair matters. It's everything. The hair is everything. It's pretty much all they can see while you're working. And if they mention your facial hair, never cut it. They don't like your face, they like your beard, and that's okay. If you can grow a beard, it's probably because you've got a weak chin anyway. And there's nothing wrong with that. We grow these great big beards to compete with like other ape species because they have those great big fucking heads, those huge faces, and humans relatively have very small faces. And then if you know anything about beauty standards, um, the people that we like on TV and movies, like on screens, have big heads. So the beard is a way of making the head bigger. So she likes your bit. If she likes your beard, she likes the fullness of your head when you're wearing it. Your head looks too small without it. Damn, eggs. Oh, I understand, Tammy. You did that thing I do where you started a story at the end. All right, I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta pee. Give me just a second. I'll turn you around just a Yeah, big head beauty standards is a real thing. Which is interesting. So like TV and movies. TV, movies, people on screen, we want big heads. But actually in the breeding population, we've been attracted to women with smaller jaws to the point that many people born in the last 2 decades don't even have they don't even have they don't have room for the wisdom teeth because the jaw is so small that the back two teeth don't even have room to come in at all. They have to be surgically removed for their actual safety because they're too small. So interesting shit. Interesting shit that even a few decades science would have said is impossible. But we don't change that fast. Yeah, the big hair in the 80s was about making the head look bigger too. We're attracted to big symmetrical heads. Yep, boys, you got to be able to smile with your whole mouth and your whole face, genuinely. And unfortunately, you got to smell like her dad. If you smell like her dad, you're in forever. She'll marry you for that. And she'll stick around. I don't know what that means. Codeine. You love burritos? Heard that, Tammy. Burrito does mean little donkey. I wonder why they chose to name that food Little Donkey. You got a tiny head? Well, that didn't break it down like anything, Codeine. What up, truckin'? Heard that, eggs. It pretty much is, Gage, and has been for about 2 years. Pretty much, Gage. What are you talking about, Codeine? Who is fixated on the superficial? Fuck are you talking about? I don't know when you started listening, Codeine. I don't know if that's irony, eggs, or just a simple truth, but that's funny the way you phrased it was funny to me. Well, step out of your lane, Gage. I'm not sure that you're not. Okay, Codeine. I'm not scrolling back to 4 minutes and 32 seconds ago for you so that I know what the fuck you're talking about. Thank you for sharing, Gage. Gage, if you're a black person, you know that being on your shit means talking shit. saying nonsense and being a little aggressive about it. The lipsticks probably dominated the picture, Tammy. I don't assume you're black, Cody, and I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Gage, an obvious middle-class white kid. Who speaks any Ebonics because he thinks that it makes him sound more poor and thus approachable. Irish doesn't make you less than middle class or white. Speaking in Ebonics doesn't, in your mind, make you less than approachable. It makes you aerodynamic. What do you think, Phil? Ebonics? Ebonics. You're speaking African American vernacular English, but you are not an African American. So you're doing it wrong. Targeting of what, Codeine? Yeah, Gage, I've had you pegged since you showed up, bud. Tammy, you gotta not say things to me like my lips were giving life, because that sounds to me like you were giving a lot of blowjobs. You gotta phrasing, girl. You laying down with me? Phrasing, Kateri, but greetings. Anyway, Tammy, come Saturday, I'm gonna be running off to be with Rach. Don't give your genetic information to the Mormons is probably the best advice you're gonna get from this show ever. It's not a good idea. She says my phrasing and flattery have gotten me everywhere. Thank you. And also my boobs. She says. Welcome, Kate Rib. I'm glad to see you. Nice tits, bro. Uh, I'm sure that you have a normal sized head, Tammy. She said my lips were giving life. Oh my God. I'm sure you've got a totally normally sized head. I really am. I don't think you really have all that much to worry about. But yeah, that might have been why he was giving you shit about the lipstick. The lipstick might have dominated the photo. That's all good, Eggs. It's all good, man. I tend to bring out manic episodes. It's all good. Oh, I see. You're calling Eggs Gore. I was like, who the fuck is Gore? It's not the first time he's done that. I see. K-Rib is just leaning into the chaos tonight. K-Rib gives no fucks. K-Rib's basically the fucking badger. The honey badger. Energy dump on us. Yes. I don't know whether I'm drifting off to sleep or I'm just really relaxed, but I am lying down in my sleep spot. And I am doing a lot of closing my eyes because I'm smoking a lot of weed. Doing a lot of blinking one eye at a time. I thought that said you, I thought that was spelled BL. And I was like, excuse me? Wild card badger, that's it. I know you will, Gage. I know you will. You fucking weirdo. Rach would be pissed off if I went to sleep on stream and she wasn't there. So that's not gonna happen on purpose. It's a weird thing to say. You fucking old Greg or something? Probably yes is the correct answer, Tammy. Did I miss your question? Oh, yeah, yes. I said, sorry, you must have missed it. I said, yes, I'm running away to be with Rachel. I'm giving up this life of, frankly, it's not that bad, but I am giving it up to go be with her, yes. I kind of like the life. It's the pain that's the problem. Yeah. Yes. Hearts for Rachie. She's not awake at the moment. If she is, I'm gonna whoop her fucking ass. When I see it, I'm gonna put my foot straight the fuck in it. She's gonna be driving. I'm gonna be sitting in the fucking passenger seat sideways because she's gonna be sitting on my foot. And I have to have me surgically removed from her ass. Kate Rib right now is cursed with speed reading. I don't know why there are so many Germans in the fucking chat, eggs. Haha. Racist and scatological. the the juxtaposition of it's a problem and I'm so happy. I'm not making fun of you, Tammy. I'm glad to hear that you're happy in a legitimate way, in a legitimate fashion. I just have bipolar type 2. So the emotional roller coaster of that moment was particularly enjoyable for me. Just like, bummer, real good again. Whee! Uh, heard that, Kate Room. Hello, Bachelor. Since my diagnosis, I've been watching my emotions and yeah, over the course since I started doing these lives again, just sitting in front of the vertical and talking to you guys with nothing planned, just I'm going to do this. Um, Part of one of my goals has been to not react emotionally to everything that I see, to experience the emotion and let the emotion pass before I react, because um, the seesaw of some of these juxtapositions can get people shouted at in ways that they don't deserve. Like I'm sure that I've called Tammy. I think I said something really fucking rude to Tammy one night because somebody else was saying annoying shit to me, and then I just said something rude to her. Yeah, Tammy. Um, I would anticipate um, that I'm going to be able to get a macrame set up and that I will be writing more frequently. I would anticipate that if I were you. That's a reasonable thing to anticipate because I can go live and I can do exactly this thing and then make a macrame piece over the course of a 4 or an 8 hour stream, and it's the same stream, still looking at me. The only difference is I'm banging out a piece that I can then auction off if I feel like it, or just make available on my store. That's not even something that had crossed my mind yet. So, yeah, anticipate something like that. It's going to take me some time to get settled in and to move the money around. But yeah, anticipate that for sure. 100%. It is awesome, K-Rib. Did you see, Tammy? I did put one of my pieces up. I'm not going to go looking through my images for it again, but I did put one of my pieces up as a short. I cannot see you presently, Gage. No. Please don't bother me. What? No, it's almost time to go to bed, Cody. Yeah, we've talked about that, eggs. That's in the pipeline. Rachel does draw. Thank you, Mr. S. I didn't even notice that one, unless I did notice it. I might have responded to it, but that's funny. Thank you, buddy. I like learning which of the people you guys think are or going to cross the line. Oh, I didn't. I didn't want you to not do it. Yeah, I was thanking you. What? This is not about can't sleep. What are you talking about, Jimmy? They made a sequel to The Shining. It wasn't really like this for very long. Yeah. Thank you, Tammy. I'm really proud of that one. VV came out really nice. I made the minor mistake, but sometimes, as Kat, the woman I was living with at the time, kept saying, sometimes mistakes are the art. They force the viewer to engage with the piece and the fact that it was made by a person. Wackadoodle talk? I'm always interested what people that are doing the tent thing like me. I'm always interested in what they're talking about, but I can't sit through it. I can't find it either. It doesn't show up on my algorithm. But I always wonder, a lot of people tell me, oh, there's this X number of people. Like one guy told me 4 out of 5 of the people that he had scrolled through were homeless or tent dwelling. Shorts was really insistent on sending you my shorts in particular, Mr. S. I posted a bunch of them today. All meth talk. Yeah, tomorrow I got a lot of goodbyes to say tomorrow, Tammy. Oh, it's all good, Eggs. Oh, you guys greeted Mr. S without making me ask you to. That means so much to me. I love you guys. For anybody who doesn't know, my guy, Quaz, Quaz, that's Mr. S. That's my dude. I feel like such a fucking dork for doing that, but many of you before you've met him have shouted out and given me W's for him, and it means a lot to me. We're all going through it in our different ways. And I haven't got to do a lot of these late nights where Mr. S can be here. So in the mornings when I ask you guys to give me W's to send to him, it means just the world to me. We did, Tammy. We had you tell you about your dreams. He's the goat. He is. Mr. S is the dude. I agree, Eggs. Weird dreams for the win. I'm just all warm and fuzzies now. And then yeah, I hadn't considered that yet either. I'll be able to do more of these. More streams later in the day. And that's fucking killer. Some of you are flicking it. You write stuff, Gage? What kind of stuff do you write? Yeah, it's great. Nah, it's just I wouldn't say it's a shame, Kate Rip. It was just the winter. It was the winter, and then for much of the fall, I tried to use the nighttime. This period when I was going live, and not necessarily he could be in the chat, but he could at least hear the live show. He could be there with him. We kind of both of us sacrificed that to try to prove that I could make edited videos. That's an inappropriate time to use that, Mr. S, but it worked. Because I'm not mature enough for people to say nice things to me either. He's my dude. Somebody asked me earlier if I don't get lonely out here. They said they and their girl have been watching my stuff for the last month, and he asked me if I don't get lonely, and I said that no. Sometimes I get lonesome. There's just an amount of loneliness that I'm feeling, but it's not legitimate anymore because I know and have known for a year. Isn't that what you told me, Mr. S? It was a year? For a year, I've had him at my back. Knew I could count on that guy. I knew that when all else failed, I could count on that guy. I'm actually poor too, Gage. Coming up on the 26th. Yeah. He's my dude. That's a long time. 40 minutes. That's it is an honor. It's an honor. I'm glad that we're basically going to get to celebrate it live, Mr. S. I'm glad that you told me, Quaz. It's a good omen. Happy anniversary, and yeah, that's a good omen. My life it's been a lot of good omens. A lot of pain, but a lot of good omens. Yeah, if you want to do that, Mr. S, we can talk about that. We can. I would love to see it, if nothing else. Yeah, I feel like I feel like I told him once, or we had this conversation. He may have said it to me, actually, but I feel like we once had a conversation about how there would be a day. There would be a day. I don't know, buddy. I don't know. You have. I think you have better information than I do. But there would come a day when people would thank him for this thing that he has provided. He has financially backed me longer than anybody. And then Rachel stepped in a big way to lift a lot of the burden of me off his shoulders. Whether she knew she was doing it or she said that in his presence, she definitely said it to me. Gage, just scroll all the way to the right. He was. Mr. S fed me for months. Because when he came into my life, I want to say, Mr. S, that you came into my life maybe just a couple of weeks after I could no longer go. I could no longer go to Christ's table. I got into a conflict with a guy there, and it crossed my mind to seriously injure him as a point to make to this whole town. And so I took myself away and never went back. Told myself, just don't go back. Whatever you do, don't go back. And he showed up in my life just a little bit after that. Um, and he was always there to make sure that I had food. Yeah, me too, Kate Rube. If it doesn't embarrass you, my all the way through school, my friends always chipped in to make sure that I could buy lunches. Yeah, in high school they took turns um, buying my lunches. So it's not something you ever get used to, but um, he used to ask me if I was okay and if I wanted him to just clear out my debt because I was living and eating a lot more then. I still have a lot now, but on a lot closer to the bone at the time. And he used to ask me if I didn't just want him to pay it off, and I would say no, that a dead man can't manage his debt. And there was a I agree with Quaz. I'm not asking anybody to donate. Um, I'm talking about I'm talking about a time in my life, Gage, when my options were real starvation, true starvation. Um, and he stepped in and made sure that I had food because I was content. I was content at the time. He showed up right at the end, right as I started to get really frustrated with it. And then he and Rachel really badgered me to give up. But I had been making about $20 a week. In fact, I remember talking to him about it. Like, yeah, I made $20 just today. I'm gonna go buy a fucking sandwich or whatever. I was playing these fucking mobile games for cash. And he goes, I bet you'd be a really good live streamer or something like that. He suggested that I play a game live instead. Like, I got you for lunch, play a real game. And he bought me Medieval 2 Total War. And that's how those videos got up on the channel. Sort of, Tammy. Sort of. It's not an origin, not really. But it's certainly when things turned around. And then it was like, okay, that works. And then he bought me the stand that I'm using right now to talk to you guys on. And he bought me the PlayStation controller. It was his idea. Yeah, save point. Yeah, correct. Milestone. Yeah. Yeah. And he goes, it was his idea to get the controller because I didn't, it never would have, I might have asked him, but it wouldn't have crossed my mind to try because the controllers are expensive. And so it wouldn't have crossed my mind to get a controller for the phone. And it turned out that, and he put up with so much shitty audio because he believed in me in a way that I didn't. He and I feel bad about it. I do. Because he bought Medieval 2 and I was so stoked about it. And I got a bunch of wins. I got a bunch of wins without recording it. And I was telling him about it. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I thought. I remember, and I was like, are you sure it'll work? Yeah. And he was like, get a controller, get a stand, get a lavalier mic. You can do this. And that's when the channel turned around. When you guys met me, it was right at the end of my ability to put up with the audio. Tammy, the rest of you who met me last summer met me right as I was right at the end of my ability to put up with my inability to control the audio. But he was there the whole time. He bought this tent. I owe not a debt in monetary terms. I owe Mr. S. I owe Mr. S a debt in gratitude and family. He's family to me. Because nobody else was there. Nobody else was there for so long. Madge was there, but Madge couldn't make sure I ate. Madge deserves his kudos. Madge bought me a pack of cigarettes every other week for like 6 months. And then Madge let Madge's life fall to shit. And that's not my fault. Nope. But I feel like there have been a couple of times that I've told Mr. S, like, you don't have to give me money anymore. You never had to. And he tells me to just shut up and take his money. So he's taught me so much. He's the person who told me to stop saying you don't have to do that. He's the one who taught me to stop that. When people would give, I would always go, you don't have to do that. And he's like, you got to stop saying that. He's like, you got to stop saying that. Yeah, he would fry me, literally. He's like, you got to stop saying that to people. And then the other day, I was in Panera, and I got my drink, and I got my cookie, and I got my smoothie, and the girl goes, "Oh, somebody left you $11," and my total was $9, and I told her, "Okay, well, you just put the rest of that in your pocket." And she goes, well, you didn't have to do that. And I said, and they didn't have to leave me that $11. So don't you tell me what I have to do. That kid, he sat with me through a lot of long, dark nights. And I'm not blaming any of you that you didn't, because you are right now. It's going to be a long, dark night. Good night, K-Rib. Yeah, I owe the kid the channel on some level. And so the first my first goal, my first real goal, and now the overhead for this, the amount of money I have to make to meet this goal is significantly lower. But my first real goal is to get that kid on my payroll. I got to meet his current salary, but that's my first goal. Get him writing, get him working. If it has to be for the channel, I don't care how I do it. I don't care how it's published. I genuinely don't. Just I got to get this kid working. I got not working. He's got a job, a great job. I got to get him working creatively. He's too funny. He's too fucking clever, and he's a good comedy writer. Yeah, please do if you haven't. Give the channel a like. Give the video a like. That's interesting, Gage. I want to know, Mr. S. I want to know. I hope you do. Because you know, I can get it in front of my audience. We can. Rach, I don't know if you know, Mr. S. Rach has already crossed 500, 500 subs. We can get you. We can get you to at least 500. I know I can get you to 500. We can fast track the worst of it. I know we can. And so if you've got a project you're editing, I want to see it. He's got good ideas. He just works a real job, so his ass is tired. And so I got to figure out. We got to figure out a way to either get him so he can reduce his hours to part time, or I just got to get him enough money that he's not that tired when he gets home. Whatever it takes, I got to get him working on art. Got to get him working artistically. He's got a job. He's got great work. He does good stuff. He's smart. He's advancing at the thing that he does, and I just know that if he was advancing at something that he wanted to do, the world would be better for it. I know that, and I believe it. And then once I can get Mr. S gainfully employed under my umbrella, he is gainfully employed. Once I can pay him to work for me, Eggs is next. Get Eggs paid to work creatively. I don't care what he's doing. He's getting paid to work creatively, and then I can start talking about some of you others who have mentioned to me that you're struggling with finding creative, fulfilling work. I mean it. I have a plan. I have a model I think will work. I just got to make the money first. To Florida, the plan right now is to stream the trip, to stream the drive. So, what do you mean you were doing well, Gage? So you guys should know. I love that, Misty. Be well. Take care. Sleep well. Make sure your phone's plugged in. Not so I get the watch hours, but so you don't wake up annoyed with yourself tomorrow. Why did you do that, Gage? Why? Appreciate you too, Misty. More than you know. Thank you, Gage. For sure. I'll be looking forward to growing with you, Gage. Well, I won't be driving. I don't have a license, so I'll be doing my best to keep her safe, yes, while she's driving. Okay. Um, I'm glad to hear that, Bucking Up Rants. Um, no, but you need a driver's license to operate a motor vehicle. So I won't be operating the vehicle. Take care, Gage. No, operating a motor vehicle is not a God given right. You can be crying and crying. Why are you going to be crying so much, Tammy? It's only a crime if they catch you, he says, I think. Spoken like a true Texan, sir. Why are you going to be crying? It's beautiful. Well, yes. The people I see on the roads, I do not believe in the idea of God given vehicles. Absolutely not. God did not build us to be flying at 60 miles an hour down the road. I don't think a crime is defined necessarily as causing harm or loss to another. Hello, Sam. Hello, Nasta. That's that. I think that is the definition of damages. Cars are practically missiles. Yeah, it terrifies me that many of the people who come in chat probably drive, yes. Yes, Tammy, yes. One of the best ways to learn is to teach. That's what I'm doing, and it forces me to rapidly learn because I also have to teach and explain what I'm doing as I'm doing it. So I have to have it thought out, and then I have to execute, and then I have to be prepared to explain. Roadwise atheist. Lobotomites. Oh God, that's some strong words. You haven't been connecting like you should? You mean with other people? You seem to have connected here okay. Roadwise atheist. Roadwise, at least. I like the roadwise atheist too. Oh. Lobotomites is intense. Yeah, I know, Tammy. I know. It's okay. Well, the one thing that I learned is that um, acceptance is difficult, but you can give the hug back. Right, Tammy? You don't just have to take it. You know what I mean? I don't, not all of them, Barnes. Not all of them. A close friend of mine got a tarot reading. It was freely given and she didn't ask for it. And the reading was perfectly accurate. Perfectly accurately interpreted. When you're talking about readings, I'll try to get that light out of your face. That's a convenient location, and I kind of like that triangle above my head like that. Thank you, Barnes. It depends on the reader, but I think tarot is a perfectly adequate way to oracle. Yes. Yeah, Tammy. my first winter here, as winter was approaching, um, the woman who was the MOD, manager on duty, for anybody who doesn't know that acronym, the woman who was the acting MOD um, at Dollar Tree, she's not there anymore. She was just working there seasonally for the winter. But she, on the first cold night, because you guys know my routine, I was doing Panera until just as long as I could. And I was going up to Dollar Tree, and then I was going to the tent, and I was going to sleep, getting huddled up and trying to get warm. Now, on the first really cold night of the year, she met me at the door, and she says, "I don't care how late you are, we're going to stay open until I see you." Because I was going in there every night anyway. And then one night I went in there to buy hot hands, and I had like $3. I might have had like 350 or $5 or something. I didn't know how much I had, and I had a pack of hot hands that I'd got from the Christ table. I had like $3, maybe $5. I had cash, whatever it was, and um, I walked in there and I got like a candy bar and a bag of chips and a bottle of water, I think, and then a pack of hot hands. And then I went up and I said, I don't know that I've got enough to get these hot hands, and I don't really need them, but if I've got enough, I want them. And she just bought the whole thing. And I was like, you really don't have to do that. I've got the money. I really don't. I've got the hot hands. I don't need it. And she goes, well, now you've got an extra pair of hot hands. And then as I was leaving, she goes, I want you to know that there are still good people out there in the world. Even if I'm the last one, there's one. Some people are gifted at deceiving others. Buckin, that's correct. Heard that, Eggs. Whenever I had to take I had to take is it called the Hermit? I had to take the Hermit out of my deck because every time I drew, it always came up. When I was doing personal readings, I had to take the Hermit out. I think it's the Hermit. I'm not a nerd for it, but I wanted to be able to answer the question of whether these people who are doing it are full of shit or not, and so I practiced until I got good. Didn't even have to practice that long. I just figured out what they were doing and how they were reading it, how they were interpreting it. I argued with whether the symbols made sense with how they were interpreting it, and I decided that the method is valid, but I only use the original deck because the other decks and other interpretations that come with the decks um, change the meanings. Yeah, Tammy. What you're going through is an ego death. Betrayal shatters the sense of self and its ability to perceive itself as existing in a universe that's not hostile to it. So until the ego that was, so to speak, the firewall that defended you from the world fully dies to the realization that you're no longer in that relationship, and that all of the material adaptations that your ego made in order to survive in a universe where you were in that universe or in that relationship are useless to you, you're gonna feel like that. You're gonna feel unsafe. You're gonna feel unmoored. You're gonna feel untethered. You're going to feel like everyone is hostile. I don't think you're wrong about that, Buck. Like the cemetery monuments. The guide, the trio of interlocutors. You are now, Tammy, a looky-loo on that life. You exist outside it, looking back, looking at it. But yeah, it might be in the ground. Remember, the cell wasn't really closed in a meaningful way because they wouldn't let you shut yourself in. You gotta remember the whole story. Yeah, I'm Jewish. Okay, squirrel. You gotta remember the whole story, Tammy. Right? When you're doing the interpretation, you gotta. The ending matters too. The ending might be the only thing that matters. Because the details leading up to the ending, they're just telling you what the ending means. Because if you don't have the three interlocutors and you're not being arrested because of what they're doing, then the dream is just nonsense. It's just images that don't mean anything. But it had a coherent three-act structure. When dreams have a coherent structure, they're not just dreams. Squirrel, I don't know if you're making fun or not, but she is talking about subconsciousness. Yeah, Tammy. That's what Philaletea means. I came here to stimulate growth. I want to see you guys grow. I want to see you heal. I want to see you guys accomplish great things. It's not shameful. It's like, I think I was talking to Misty in the Discord. It was in a semi-public place. I don't think I'm I don't think I'm being out of line. I think I was talking to Misty, was telling me a story about how she was talking with a friend, and he was kind of being mean and dismissive of her feelings, and she repeats a lot that she tries to be kind and she tries to be slow to anger and she tries to remember that other people are people too, even when they're not remembering that she's human. And I just remind her of the same thing. You are allowed to feel what you feel. You are allowed to feel what you feel. And the mistake that is being made, if you feel what you feel and someone is in conflict with what you feel, the mistake that is being made is not that you have feelings, it's that your feelings are not being validated. Your feelings are parking, and they owe you validation. If you say, I'm feeling scared, and they say, no, you're not, they need to be out of your life. It's not weak, it's fundamentally human. Fundamentally human to be a thinking, feeling, overwhelmed creature in a world that is very hostile to you. The world is hostile to all of us. Thank you, Rage. Like if I take off these blankets, right? I take off these clothes and I step outside this tent, I will shortly die. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but soon I will die. Without other humans, we are dead. Without the knowledge that we have collected as humans, and without the techniques that we have used to apply that knowledge, we are dead. We may not need any specific collection of people. Like, I may not need some of these people who are talking to me and being muted because they're being disruptive. The world may not need them, but it might too. It might. It might turn out that they are just late. They might just be on CPT and not know it. Thank you. Is it midnight? Oh, it's after. You guys are precious. Thank you for participating in and celebrating my victories with me and my anniversaries with my friends. But if I'm breathing and in horrible pain, and a victory it is. A victory it is. It took a really long time to start improving lives. But as they say, and maybe it was true of me too, you have to improve your life You have to improve your life, or in this case, your lives, your live streams, if you want to meaningfully improve the lives of other people. That might be true. It might be true of me. That I had to get to a place where I was eating every day, and I was able to earn and I was able to secure and maintain the love of a woman and the friendship of a mensch. A mensch whose mother is very wise and troubled, I'm sure, because all mothers are, but whom he loves very much. And that makes her, in its own right, that makes her important to me. God damn it, I'll buy a fucking Lego race car someday if it matters that much to you. Alright, I'm going to lie over here on my side. There is a chance I'm going to increase my yawning. I'll put my face on. Just relax. Hey, T-Rex, what's up, buddy? Last time I saw you, I think you said that you were working. I'll get it figured out. Just give me a second. I know it's disorienting for both of us. I'll get it figured out. There we go. How you doing, T-Rex? Humanity is iterative. Yeah, I think you're right. Because any individual human being is an iteration of at least the most two recent generations of humanity. And it's really hard for me to say that I am divorced from my great-grandparents and I'm divorced from my great-great-grandparents simply because my father didn't know his great-great-great-grandparents. Like, I don't think that's an argument that actually tracks. You went from Wyoming to Florida? That's a fucking trek. I'm going to be in Florida come this weekend. You're pretty tired, I bet. I bet, pal. I can only imagine on that one. How long did that take? Not hours. How many actual days did that take? Like calendar days. It is crazy how things go in cycles. Bucking, it is. It gets dizzying and it makes you look insane if you start to point to it. 2.5 days? That's intense. How many extended rest periods did you have to take? Yeah, yep, the mandatory breaks are exactly what I'm curious about. How many breaks did you have to take? How long are those? I don't know the regs, buddy. I'm curious. If it's tiresome for you to talk about, I 100% understand, and you can just tell me to shut up. Oh, T-Rex. Smokey and the Bandit over here has to have a run-in with the feds along the way at some point. You fucking truckers just can't. You just can't not. I have known too many of you. He laughs because they just can't. They have to see if the cops are paying attention. 14-hour days. You got to get your 10 hours. You got to do it. It's not even something I'm mad at you for. You You lovable scamp. I love that you laugh about it. You're like, I got busted. You did, you silly bitch. Get your rest. I'll get this figured out, I promise. Get your rest. You deserve it, T-Rex. I know you need that money. I know that you got a reputation to uphold. I know you truckers are different guys. You're a different breed, and you're proud of it. I'm proud to know you. Yes, life is like a kaleidoscope. I agree, Buckin. Okay. Welcome back, T-Rex. I have missed you, buddy. It's an honor that you're still a member. Thank you. Thank you guys for 50 likes. 50 likes on a chill night stream like this is really something special. I have to really bust my ass, it feels like, to get 100 during the day. So that I'm just sitting in the dark talking to my friends and celebrating the transition into my next life. Um, that's really something special. Yeah, me too, Buckin. I used to work 12-hour days, 5, 6 days a week, and it's soul sucking. The money at the end of the week is great, but when you can't spend it on your girlfriend, she fucks other dudes. Hmm. Tired, T-Rex? I hear it, buddy. I hear you. That's a long 3 days. I think I was right about your dream too, Tammy. I've had a very good day, yes, T-Rex. I spent most of it here in the tent. I woke up in a lot of pain, and so I've just been trying to let my body heal from the pain. I didn't go to Panera today, no, but I did go to a pizza cottage and get something to eat. I've actually got a pizza right here, making my whole tent smell like pepperoni and cheese. Another beginning again. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna go be with Rach this weekend. T-Rex. Okay, buddy. The Spanish moss and the old downtowns. Okay. I'll see if I can get her to walk around downtown with me like that. It restores your faith, Tammy. What, that I wouldn't let her breaking up with me stick? St. Augustine Castle, we've talked about that, T-Rex. I'll make sure. I'm sure that this won't be the last time you tell me either. I love that you're married and have been for so long, Buckin. Even if I have to, even I have to make it a live stream event. Like, we're gonna go do this thing because I'm gonna live stream it. I'll I'll definitely make sure that that happens. I didn't make a big deal about it, Tammy. Yeah. Yeah. That's the goal. That's the goal, Tammy. You know, I see myself as doing my best. And I figure that if I, with all of my limitations and all of my weaknesses and my foolishness and my disorganization, if I can accomplish this, just imagine what you could accomplish. It's like I talk to Mr. S and I just know that he could accomplish so much more than I could. We just got to get him a chance. Just get him a chance, get him a little bit of confidence, set a fire under his ass, and watch him fly to the moon. People can be trusted, and there is goodness. It's okay, Tammy. It's about strong boundaries, right? Knowing who you are, what you are, where you're going, and what you're trying to accomplish. If you can do those things, for the most part, people aren't going to be able to meaningfully get in your way. Because, like Jesus told the Pharisees, you don't know where I'm going or where I've been. So you can judge where I am now, but you don't know me. Someone lull you to sleep, X? I'm doing my best, Lunk. I did slay this wicked winter, T-Rex. Thank you for your praise. I didn't even notice that you spelled it diluting, Lunk. I didn't even notice. I knew what you meant and I looked right over it. You did, Lunk. Yeah, I think that if I were to try to imagine how trust can be an obstacle, when earning someone's trust is an obstacle, yeah, it just gets in the way. Why'd I choose to trust you, Eggs? Because we talked. I did a cold reading on you, and you stayed. I can legitimately. We're very different people, Egregore. We have very different interests. We have very different backgrounds. economically, socially. Um, but I can't remember you ever giving me a reason to be upset with you or to not trust you. You've never done anything that suggests to me that I need to watch my back when you're around. And so maybe that means that you're just an exceptionally good psychopath, but I have a very, very sensitive psychopath detector, and you've never given me any indication that what you want is to kill the channel from within. Hi, Michael Green. What's up? How you doing? That's not Green. Michael Greer. I'm sorry. I hate that long. I'm probably talking just erratically enough that it wakes you up every time I start talking from a long silence. I'm glad to hear that, Eggs. Yeah, you came the best I can remember, you came through and I did a cold reading on whether you were or were not from a Freemason background, and it didn't offend you. And we've never had anything but positive. I can't remember a negative interaction, a time when I've been like, all right, I really need Eggs to just get off my toes for a second. Yes, we can enjoy the presence of people even with different opinions. Yeah, even with different, completely different socioeconomic backgrounds, different religious backgrounds, different intellectual backgrounds, um, different, just totally differing opinions. I don't even need to. I don't even need to like your voting record to appreciate that you're just a person in the world doing your best. And so long as you're not actively trying to harm me with your best, then in any election cycle, for example, um, or any two election cycles, we can come to agree to vote differently. You know what I mean? Like that shouldn't break friendships, and it does for good reason because people just cannot. But that's I think that's why Mr. S said it the way he did, and I agree with him wholly. Yeah, it's great, Tammy. Just remember that some days it's going to be more difficult than others, and in some crowds it's going to be more difficult than others, right? Maybe, Buckin, maybe. I honestly, for the most part, I don't even think that the people who come through and say hurtful and unkind things to me, I don't even think for the most part that they are bad people. I don't think they would identify as bad people. I got you, Buckin. You're saying that you think that you probably think and feel a lot differently than a lot of the people here, but that you wouldn't call them bad people just because they disagree with you. You'd probably be willing to agree that they're good people. I don't think so, Eggs. I don't think so either. I don't think it's a reason to turn your back on somebody. Like just because you vote Democrat, for example, or vote Republican, I don't particularly care. I don't like either party. Just because you vote Democrat doesn't mean that you're the kind of person that can't be in my life. Just because you voted for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump doesn't mean you can't be in my life. It might mean that we can't talk about your politics. Sort of. EMV. We can find other things that we can talk about, or we can find other things that we disagree about to talk about. Like eggs, you're a valuable source of information to me because you know things about punk music that I don't know. That's what it's about, Tammy. Heard that, T-Rex. That's cool. The 50s vibe is cool. All because you were honest about your feelings, Tammy. That's kind of, I don't know, I'm certain that Jar Choco's not here anymore. Jar, if you're still here, buddy, thank you, but also go to bed. Jar Choco was talking to us tonight about how he's just really tired and his work is doing him in a way that he's not comfortable with. And I told him, just tell him how you feel, buddy. You're superior, you're at work, you're supposed to have an HR department or a manager with sensitivity training whose job it is to know and listen when you tell them that it's too much for you emotional. What kind of bands do I like? I listen to a lot of metal. Yeah, Buckin. But I've always felt like you kind of want a woman who's an opposite in many ways. Nonstop chaos, Lunk. Your life situation, you mean? Your work situation? Tool and pallbearer. Yeah, that's the sonic profile. If you really want to know like what I really dig, Tool used to be my shit, and pallbearer, man, there was a minute there for about a month where that's all I was listening to. Just a month here recently. It looks like I'm in a coffin because that's what you see, and interpretation is never wrong. Yes, show up as ourselves and trust. That's how I've gotten every job I ever got. Just showed up as myself and trusted that they would see it and I'd be a fit. No, not sleeping is really not going to help with your organization, Monk. Yeah, Tammy, when you were watching me play Final Fantasy VIII, that was Rachel just broke up with me. And so I was playing Final Fantasy VIII because I needed something. I needed something that I could trust. And I needed a place and a way to show my authentic emotion. Yeah, toxic masculinity doesn't have to be a thing that only men do. Yeah. Women put a lot of toxic masculinity into men. And then feminism has internalized a lot of toxic masculinity. It's never really quiet out here. Like, there's always the sound of cars bouncing around the hills. Even this far from a dense urban locale, there are always the sound of cars. It doesn't bother me, but on some level, it's like I would like to just hear the sound of silence. You'd forgot about the Mason thing, Eggs? Yeah, we had a conversation about the difference in an egregore and a tulpa. I don't know the whole story, Tammy. I've never been to Nevada, no, Candy Lady. In large part, the reason they stopped making the machines so big is because they were expensive to manufacture that way. They were heavy, and they required more fuel. They also led to more fatalities because they were so heavy. Understood, Tammy. I agree, Buckin. That's funny, Tammy. You felt like a jerk. Well, good. It's good that you had such. It's good that you had any amount of self awareness, but it's good that it was immediate. Anything less than immediate self awareness, and you'd be disappointed with yourself. They were, for the most part, back then, they were status symbols. T Rex. They were that big. They were that big and large because they had to be. I think that they were sold. I think they were sold on the notion that they would get the blood pumping. Um, Time changes, yes. And toxic masculinity is less. I would say that what you're describing is a pretty standard form of masculinity, um, especially in previous eras, because the you know men like machines thing is a stereotype from the 50s, right? When toxic masculinity is more like hide your feelings, criticize anyone that shows feelings. Um, it's the things that dudes and women do to gatekeep the behavior of other men. We still produce SUVs. Self-awareness is difficult stuff. Yeah, I'd say that there's still a percentage of people. I may not game tomorrow. No, I may spend the majority of the day in the tent. I may not. It depends on what the weather's like. The weather was so nice today. I didn't feel like being inside. I didn't feel like being in air conditioning, and processed air, filtered air. I wanted to sit out here. I wanted to talk to you guys, and I was in a lot of pain this morning. I didn't feel like carrying my backpack, but not today. Maybe not tomorrow. Yeah. It seemed at first like it was going to be a fad, Tammy. But it turns out that treating ourselves with compassion is good practice for treating other people with compassion. And that sounds like cynical or post-ironic, but no, it's just, it really is what the research shows. Is that if you teach people to treat themselves with compassion, to not be so negative, self-negative, that they can learn to treat other people with compassion. It's not a miracle, Tammy. And if you really think about it, Tammy, especially as a woman, it's difficult to get training, walking, and being alone. Because as a woman, typically you go from the safety of father and brothers to boyfriend. So you go from safety to what is supposed to be more safety. Maybe bucking. But usually the way it goes is weapons technologies are made good. Usually the technology is developed to kill human beings first. And then when it's no longer good at killing human beings, it's repurposed for manufacturing. It's like Mr. S will tell you, that guy, Nebuchadnezzar, he didn't have that he didn't have that forge in his throne room because it was a good technology first. He was a big proprietor, a big furnace in the days. Was it for food? No. It's for weapons. He threw a lot of people in that furnace. He lost the Boral halfway. That was the Boral. You got it. You got it, Quas. You got it, Mr. S. I called on you from the middle of a work shift and you still performed admirably. And yes, the idea of trebuchets for distributing goods and resources is hilarious. It's a mail delivery system. You opened up the jail cell, Timmy. No one was really trying to shut you in it to begin with. I would say that you were taking a tour in your dream. You were taking a guided tour of a landscape of the dead that you're already familiar with enough that the guide, the tour, wasn't the dream. And then you came across these three people. And it turns out they're criminals. But that wasn't your first thought about them. Yes. We often imprison ourselves seeking to prevent others from jailing us. That's correct. We choose a cell or a cage, and we call it a free will sacrifice so that the choice to consent to the sacrifice isn't taken from us. That's correct. Yeah, eggs. Like a trebuchet delivery system for the newest hat. So it was the Amazon delivery of the 13th century. It's very funny to me. That works. It's funny. Because drones didn't begin as technology to move cameras around. They began as a technology to drop bombs. So it works. Maybe, but no one individual in our government has absolute power. Bucking up. That quote is about tyranny, but we don't have a tyrant. the goal of a representative democracy, the goal of a representative government in general, is to keep ultimate power out of any one person's hands. All right, dudes. If I'm snacking, it's to stay awake. I don't need to be eating. I need to be sleeping. So thank you very much for being here. I love you all dearly. This has been a different kind of night for me. I haven't done a stream like this that's gone this well, maybe ever, after dark. So thank you. Love you too, Tammy. Stick around. Poke is still here. That's great. Good night, Poke. Good night, Eggs. Good night, Mr. S. Good night, Tammy. Anybody else that I'm missing? Thank you very much. Good night. Buckin, thank you. It's not really. Democracy right now is a slaver and an industrialist arguing over how irrelevant the human population actually is. It has been good. Thank you guys. Have a good night. Be well. Until tomorrow, probably bright and early. Remember to take care of yourselves, okay? Be gentle with yourselves. Talk nicely to yourself. You're the only person who has to live with you forever. So go easy on you. You might be the only person willing to. Ding dong, motherfuckers. Thank you.